All right, Allie, welcome in. How are you doing? What's up? Nothing much. Just a chill Friday. Um, for those of you who know, Ignis is actually starting another campaign, and I'm working on, uh, well, actually, my next character. Good for now. Okay. Um, wait, are you saying it because I asked how you were doing? I can't remember why you said that, but hopefully you're doing well. I'm assuming that's why you said good for now. I'm thinking I asked you how you're doing. If not, how are you? But I welcome in. But yeah, tonight's just gonna be a just chatting stream. No games or anything. Uh, and I was working on my next character's race because I'm gonna make my own race. And I figured I'll do that actually on stream. You know, get people's input. Also, chat DnD. Like if there's something I'm not sure, I'll ask like chat or something. Or if the chat has any questions, I'm willing to talk about D&D for a bit. Um, but yeah, let me get Word set up. Ignis, welcome in. How are you doing? Which Ignis here knows actually quite a bit of my race, but Ignis, I'm actually going to change up some stuff. I'm going to do a mixture of. I'm trying to. What you said something about my race, how it's very beginner friendly, which is actually what I'm aiming for. Because I actually might try to input this race actually into D&D Beyond for people to use. I doubt it'll be used because no one really wants a medical robot. Spoiler alert, that's what my race is going to be. I'm a robot. And Ignis, I understand your situation. Oh man, that sucks, man. I'm sorry. However, from what it sounds like, it's your backup vehicle. So I'm assuming your daily drive is good. Ooh, actually publishing it. I'm thinking about it maybe, but I don't know. Um, I'm trying to, for one, I want it to be simple. Like I had some good stuff up there, but like you said, it was a lot to remember, and I'm trying to avoid that. I want to make it where it's simple. At the same time, I want it simple. I want it to actually make sense for my character. El Daily is broke two hints to back up. Oh man. Oh, what's wrong with your daily? You might have already told me. I can't remember. I have two vehicles as well, and luckily they both work. They both have their problems. Um, they're both working right now. So if one messes up, I sell the other one, but I don't want to jinx it. Dang, Ignis. But yeah, I want to make sure it's simple, as in like there's not a lot to remember. Bad pulley, that was it. Yeah. Um, if only it was the idler pulley, because you can just swap out pulleys. I'm assuming it's like connected to what, the water pump or something. Um, but yeah, I'm trying to make it where it's simple, beginner friendly, in case if I plan to publish it, and something that makes sense for a robot. So, haven't got a chance to work on it. Got a leak in my roof, and I got to clean up my house so it can get fixed. I gotcha, yeah, because if you hire someone to fix your roof and your house is a mess, they might have to come in to look, on the other side. I gotcha. Going to replace the tensioner with the old one. Oh, it's a tensioner pulley. Okay, that's not too bad then. But I understand you're so busy you can't even get to it, so I gotcha. Um, but yeah, so what I've already gave you, Ignis, when it came to Sam, is not the final template. I mean, it's a template, but it's not like the final thing. So I'm gonna tweak on it some more because I've been reading up on all the. Not, I'm trying to avoid having it like homebrew. I'm actually going. The models that I'm going off of is actually all of the core D&D races that's in the player's handbook, and in the monster manual, I'm actually going off of the golem monsters. Um, So I'm taking feats from there. I'm trying to use feats that actually exist. But there's a few feats I want to make. For example, I've been thinking about it. Killer Kitty, welcome in. How are you doing? How's how's your week been? Oh, there we go. Dead by Daylight. Um, Still haven't played that game. I thought about playing it, but just haven't. I'm in Lethal Company right now, so and actually right now DnD. I have DnD on the mind. Remember Warforge's core DnD. Oh, okay, Ignis, I got you. Yeah, it's like core strict DnD, realistic. I got you. Which I actually would love to play that one day for that reason. I'm good, you? I'm doing pretty good. I'm actually, as you can tell by the title, I'm actually making a race for my next D&D character. Do you know D&D, Killer Kitty? Anyways, how are you? Actually, how was everyone? How was everyone's week? Any plans for the weekend? I'm out with my kid running some errands, and the stream cuts out in mobile data, so I'll be back when I get home. Hey, you're all good. Um, your kid's more important. Your errands are more important. But I do appreciate you trying to, give me a view. I mean, I'm not going to complain, but I understand if you cut in and out or if you have to go. But thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah, so I'm going off of. I'm looking at the races and sub races in D&D, as in Player's Handbook, and I'm going off of the golems in the Monster Manual. There's 4 golems. You have your clay golem, flesh golem, iron golem, and stone golem. Great shirt, by the way. Corn, yeah, it's corn. My favorite band of all time. I mean, this is one of the few bands that I love. I love songs like Blind before they even got big, and of course their big stuff is awesome, but they're still good. Even their new stuff is good. And to be fair, I could be biased in favor of them. I do admit that. But Korn is just all around awesome. Their original stuff before they were known was good. Their big stuff obviously is good. Like, it's not something that's like, oh, it's too poppy. And even their new stuff, because they're starting to die down because they're an old band now, is just awesome. I might actually be helping my nephew start a D&D group. Nice, Ignis. See, once you start playing D&D or DMing, and people find out about it, you're going to be reached out to like, hey, I want to start learning D&D. So I got to help magical cosplays. Actually, a friend back home messaged me a week ago. No, actually, no, we called actually on Facebook Messenger. Him and some of my old friends want to get together, and they want me to show them D&D. So there's other people I have to help. Kuro, appreciate the lurk. Hey, Dullblend got you tabbed up. I appreciate it. Thank you for the lurk. Hope you're doing well. Hope your week is well. Hope you have some awesome plans for the weekend. Let me give Kuro up here. And if that is tabbed, let me do a stream check real quick, actually. Everyone who came in just now. Oh, Kuro, you're not streaming right now. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on chat. Flesh, yes, Allie. Which actually, I think the Flesh Golem is the weakest of the 4. And it's one of 2 that have like the Berserk feature, which I'm not going to have that for mine. My hubby is excited for the day we can get our kid playing D&D. Ooh, Allie, that'll be awesome. Allie, I'm definitely down. Like, I imagine it'll be like way in the future, but one day, you and your hubby, I'm willing to help y'all with D&D or something. D&D is just awesome. Doing good, just watching the Avatar, The Last Airbender Netflix series. Oh, what do you think of it so far, Kira? Sandoval for Christian, welcome in. How are you doing? How are you? How's your week? Any plans for the weekend? Let me. All right.
Hello there.
Hello there. Yes, saying how are you doing? Welcome in. Anyway, so I'm gonna pull up what I have so far. And Ignis, you might notice a little difference because I've been tweaking it, but there's some stuff I want to tweak on it some more. I am good, miss you. Oh, good to hear, Santa, you miss me. Your aim ain't that bad though. The Netflix Atla is out now, eh? Avatar: The Last Airbender. I guess so, Ali. I remember hearing about it, but I didn't know it was already out. I mean, I probably won't watch it, but I've heard a lot of good things about the Nickelodeon show. Bad things about the live action movie by M. Night, what, Shyamalan? How's it going, Florida? Welcome in. How are you? Florida, the reason why I try to play with you earlier on Fortnite is I might not be available next week now. I'm not sure. But I'll try to play Fortnite with you like either once a week or once every 2 weeks or something. So, welcome in Florida. How's your week been? Any plans for the weekend? But yes. So let me change this up and I'll actually screen share what I have. Okay, let's see if this will do it. Does it really not share it? Oh, there we go. Oh, it looks a little different. Interesting. Okay. Uh, that's it. Okay. What in the heck? Oh, if I click off to another monitor, it'll mess it up. Are you kidding me? That is so weird. That is so weird. Okay. Um, there is no. Really, I thought there was. Like, what was it, 2008? But it got bad. I haven't seen it, but I heard it was just horrible. Everyone hated it. But maybe I'm thinking of something else. Doing good. Watch Bob Marley, One Love earlier. Going to watch No Way Up later. Ooh, Florida, what'd you think of Bob Marley? No Way Up. I don't know if I know that one. All right. So if y'all can see, this is what I have. So for those of you who know, my next character is going to be a robot cleric. In the mini campaign that I'm co-DMing, Karma's also in it. She's the other co-DM. Gotta use capture window source. Oh. Alright, let's see if this, Okay, I think that's a little better. It's still awkward when the cursor leaves the screen, but I think it's a little better. Oh my god. Window application. I'm on application right now. Let me swap over to actual, or no. Okay, let me see. I'm on, I'm on window right now. Let's try this full screen application. Oh god, that was nothing. All right, that doesn't work. I could do entire screen. Let's try this. Okay, here's an entire screen. I made sure everything said Dullblend instead of my name before I even started streaming. But yeah, I mean, I could do this. This is working a lot better for me. Okay. The movie I give 7 out of 10. Oh, really, Florida? Oh, you're talking about Bob Marley. Although that's a joke with the. Oh, I got you, Allie. You actually recognize that there actually is a movie, but like it was so bad you don't. You kind of blink it out of your mind. Okay. Window application. Now I'm doing full screen monitor. But I think we're good. Pointless Mixture, welcome in. Who the heck are you? Alright, Pointless, I got something for you. I got a question. What is one thing that only you and I know? I do ask not to like say anything really personal or private. Like say something that where only you and I would know. If other people read, they wouldn't get it, but I would get it. Because if you're a friend of mine from back home, that's awesome. If you're a hacker, you're scary. I don't think you're a hacker, but I honestly don't know either. Um, Striker woke a man 1 day and 1 hour, and I changed my name. Finally, so how long is it? Like a 6 months or something? Whenever you can change your Twitch username. All right. Anyway, so as y'all know, I am playing a robot cleric, and his name is Sam, which stands for Sentient Autonomous Machine. Karma plays a character named Sypha. She is an ASMR artificer. Her character actually created my future character. Ignis's next campaign takes place 1,000 years after the previous campaign. The mini campaign, I'm kind of serving as a sequel, like a direct sequel to Ignis's last campaign. Yeah, somewhere around there. Yeah, but what's just your name? I like the rhyme. Oh yeah, time for work. I'm off to work. All right, Allie. I appreciate you lurking while you working, but I understand if you. I don't want to get you in trouble. I understand if you have to get off. No worries. Just have a good rest of your day. But yeah. And so Sypha created Sam as pretty much a robot to help people. And so we're testing him a little bit. We've already used him in one session. Yay, continuity. Yes. And actually, Ignis, since you're listening, if I'm going to explain Sam, you'll actually hear some spoilers, but it's okay. You'll see Sam again in the mini campaign. So that ain't the first time he's going to show up one or two more times. But anyway, so in Ignis's next campaign, I'm going to be playing Sam, a robot, and the class I'm choosing is cleric. So pretty much, I'm going to be the healer of the group. Now, I'm actually reading through. Are you on Microsoft Word? I am a striker. I am. And I'm reading through the D&D book again. It's my second time reading through it. But now with my experience with D&D, there's a lot of stuff I'm reading that I'm like, oh, that's what that meant. Or, I don't remember reading this. And there's some things I'm like, we've been doing that wrong this whole time. Oh, Ignis, you know how with, win. Dubs. Alright, I'm just gonna... okay, I'm prepping for like a lot of just farts. Let me just drink. Magical. Well, hey, I appreciate you. What? Well, Magical, I appreciate you popping in. I understand, if you're getting off now, but hopefully you're doing good. Are you actually camping out? Pop in and say hi and share the nice words of magical language. My camping Wi-Fi is crap, so gotta hop off soon too. Alivent equals alive not. Livent equals live not. Honk is hello. Conk is just good word. Shooting Shinola is K. That probably stands for something. I don't know what it means. Fiddlesticks is okay. Fudge is yummy. Just kidding. Of course it's yeah. I'm about to say poo. That's you're a disappointment. You're a disappointed. Very sexy, very nice most times. Many arrows. Yes, there are the many arrows. Did you copy and paste that? Like you already had that message prepped? K equals huh? Oh, is it that meme with that cat that's like, huh? Huh? Like that. Alright. Anyway. So since I've been reading through the D&D book again, I've been reading through the Cleric, and Cleric I actually had mostly wrong. I thought Cleric were strictly the healers of the party. One of the subclasses is the life of, or the domain of life specifically. But I think there's 6 other domains, which that's subclasses for clerics. They have nothing to do with healing. Wrong book. That's the monster manual. The cleric's in there, that's bad. Where can I put this where it's easy to reach? No, right there's probably the best one. Disappointment. Oh, okay. Yummy arrows. Yeah, got it copied. That's crazy. Is all that original to you, Magical, or did you copy that from someone? But yeah, so Cleric has subclasses called domains, and only one actually deals with healing. So that's obviously the subclass I want to get. So obviously I'm getting the cleric. And the subclass I want to do is the life domain. Pretty much that is the healer. Um, for those of you who know, I played Care, Hugs, and Zerg. Care is the human paladin, who's also a werewolf. Hugs is the half-orc barbarian, who's also the Tanaruk. Zerg is a tiefling sorcerer. And all three of them are just combat, just heavy. Cat, welcome in. Are you still sad, Cat? Hopefully your week's been better. Any plans this weekend? Crazy, that was crazy. Oh, I'm not reading that. I already know what that's about. The rats in the rubber room. I gotcha. I'm at a resort, but the Wi-Fi really slow, so delay keeps getting worse. It's the park with one of the longest slides of Europe world. Oh, wow, magical. Dang. Well, have fun. Dang. Have fun. But welcome in, Cat. Hopefully things are better for you. Feel a little better. Oh, that's good. Hey, that's an improvement. I love the rubber room. I made the magical language myself because I use very weird words sometimes, and some people might not know it. To be fair, magical, when we first met, I don't think you ever used any of those words. You were actually very vulgar. You come a long way, though. I'm proud of you. As in water slides. Ooh. We have some water slides over here, but I don't think it's as good as where you're currently at. But yeah, so when it comes to class and subclass, I'm not making anything new. I'm just going to choose from the player's handbook. So cleric and subclass is going to be life domain. Which I think for clerics you choose it's either level 2 or 3. Might be level 1. I know for most classes level 3 is when you choose it. No, it's level 1. So I actually choose the life domain right away. Wow. Gibble Gop. Correct, I was young. I was still a small bean. Oh, you're talking like when we met on Twitch? At least I never swore in this chat. Striker, that is true. Striker, you've come a long way as well. While you weren't vulgar, you were just so hyper. But you've come a long way.
Can I pet that dog? Can I pet that dog?
Anyway, so, like I said, I'm choosing a class or subclass from the player's handbook. However, I'm going to make my own race. And so I've been looking through the player's handbook, and you have, let's see, there's 9 races. You have dwarf, elf, halfling, human, dragonborn, gnome, half-elf, half-orc, and tiefling. Dwarf has 2 subraces, hill dwarf and mountain dwarf. Elf has 3 subraces, high elf, wood elf, and dark elf, which is also known as drow. Halfling has 2 subraces, lightfoot and stout. Human is just human. However, you can do a variant human. Gnome has 2 subraces. You have forest gnome and rock gnome. I'm trying to remember it because I've been reading up on this for quite a bit. Veg Knuckles Gurr, do you remember how dare you say fruit basket? I think I do magical. You know, I'm tired all the time. And sad half the time instead of hyper. Wait, why are you sad, Striker? King became emo? Because of the but yeah, let's see. Let's see. Anyway, gnome was forest gnome, rock gnome. Dragonborn is actually just Dragonborn. Wait. Half elf's just half elf. Half orc's just half orc. Tiefling's just tiefling. So I've realized the race that I want to make, it's either more like a sub race that's built on top of a base race, or it's a race like half orc, half elf, tiefling, dragonborn that doesn't have any sub races. That's what I've noticed. So I'm going to treat this as a sub race. So I'm actually going to make a base race, then add extra stuff for the sub race. The base race will probably simply be robot, or construct or whatever. The subrace will be on like the medical one, which it's kind of weird saying race or even subrace. It'd be more like I don't want to say class because in D&D class is something else, but like occupation or something. 365 Thor, welcome in. Hey, how's it going? It's going pretty good. Are you still streaming? Let me pull you up. I know I was lurking you earlier. I might still be lurking you. I'm lurking for so many people right now. Welcome in, Thor. Hope all is well. No, school and stuff. School, no, I definitely understand that, Striker, because of the sad equals emo. I like that face. I like my own face. I think maybe. Nope, got off for dinner. Oh, okay, okay, I got you, Thor. How was your stream? How are you doing? How's your week? Unit or model? Oh, that's a better. Okay, that's better. You're right. Um, because it's a creation. It's a structure. Anyways, I'm gonna hop out. Have a nice stream, Dolly. If I can't stream, I'll be back. I always come back. See what I did there? Ah, FNAF. I gotcha. But Magical, thanks for popping in, and have fun at the camp. Bye, Goofy. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh, gosh. But yeah, so, let's see. First, I went through the ability score improvement. So first what I did is I went through all the races in the Player's Handbook and saw what they all had in common. They all have these 5 things in common. Why is it? There we go. Ability scoring. Oh, that's in the way. Is that really going to be in the way? Let me go up. How about that? There we go. Ability score increase, age, size, speed, and languages. Now, every race except for humans have extra stuff. Humans are the only ones that don't. I noticed with ability score increase, the least amount would be 3, but the most is 4. And what I mean by that is, for example, let's say I'm actually going to change this. This is not what I'm going to go with. But in this case, intelligence decreased by 2, wisdom is increased by 2. That's 4 total. But you never increase one ability by 3 or more. Max is only 2. Most races, including the sub race, would increase. The base race would increase an ability by 2, and then a sub race would increase. Oh my God, why am I saying increase? Increase another ability by 1. The only exception to that is the mountain dwarf. The base race for dwarf increases your constitution by 2, and the sub race of mountain dwarf increases your strength by 2, not 1. Also, humans, both human and very human, are just outliers. Your human increases all abilities by 1. That's how it makes up for not having all this extra stuff. And then the variant human has it where only 2 increase by 1, but it's of your choice. And you also get to choose a skill you're proficient in, and you get to choose a feat. The other exception would be the half elf. The reason why is it's assumed the other half is human, and so you get your charisma increases by 2, but then you get to choose another 2 abilities of your choice, which increase by 1 each. Went well, caught me some shiny Pokemon, then brutally murdered monsters in Midgard. Ooh. Well, you're definitely fitting your name, Thor. Midgard. No, I'm thinking of Asgard. Never mind. Is Midgard? I think Midgard's Final Fantasy VII. Sorry about that. Bye, silly gooses. Bye, bye, magical. Dole, what is your favorite animal? I'll have to say the Velociraptor. Dole. Just before I go, I wanted to say my mom laughed so hard at the door. It's a clip with me and Screen. She laughed so hard because of your reaction. Anyways, now I'm glad to hear that, magical. I'm glad. Okay, now I'm done for real. Bye. Bye bye. Good night. Take care. Alright. And so, what I'm going to do, because other than, half elf, mountain dwarf, human and variant human, everything else, whether it's a base class like Dragonborn that doesn't have subclasses, or a base class paired with a subclass, for example, like the Forest Gnome, the base class will increase by 2, an ability by 2, and then your subclass, base race, will choose an ability, increase it by 2, and your sub race you choose will increase another ability by 1. So that's what I'm going to go off of. And so, for a robot, and specifically, so what I'm going to do for a robot, I feel like this is going to stay the same. Intelligence is going to go up by 2. Okay. I feel like robot between the 6 ability scores, and also correct me if I'm wrong about something, or I'm overlooking something, or if I think this could mean that. If you have a better idea, definitely let me know. Um, Mine is a red panda. Oh yes, Striker. Those are pretty cool. Ow! I'm not used to wearing jeans while streaming. They kind of ride up. But yeah, so I'm gonna treat this part as the base race, which would simply be robot. And I feel like between strength, dexterity, constitution, uh, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma, I would say definitely dexterity and charisma would not fit a robot. Robots aren't known to be fast. They can be strong or tough, but not fast. So when it comes to dexterity, dexterity. If we're not going off of class, but if we were going off of race, dexterity will be a dump stat. Next is charisma. Robots tend to be, while it's weird, they polarize audiences. Half of people are like, that's really cool. The other half are like, that's freaky. The whole uncanny valley, if that makes sense. Um, Actually, let me post something in your Discord that I made. Oh, it did? Striker? Oh. I don't have Discord pull up, so I actually don't know. Okay, I have to check it after the stream. But yeah, so I figured dexterity would be definitely the dump stat for a robot. Charisma, give or take, it'd either be high because people think it's cool, or be low because people uncanny valley would be scared of it. I'm gonna go with the uncanny valley. Not uncanny valley, but just low charisma. So charisma would be kind of another dump stat. And again, I'm going off of race if we're looking at abilities, not class. The two that I'm not sure about would be strength and wisdom. Just posted it. Good night. Wait. Why you're saying good night, Striker? Shoot, you make me want to check it now. Um, for your charisma, what kind of design does the robot have? If you're talking about, well, you mentioned charisma. If you're talking about like how it looks, I'm gonna have it look like a basic robot. Like I'm not gonna go crazy with it. I'm actually gonna go very generic, cliche, traditional with it. Um, I want to have it to where you could tell Sypha try to give it like humanity based off of looks and how Sam speaks. But it's obvious it's a robot. Like it's not fooling anyone. And Sam isn't trying to fool anyone anyway. Sam knows what he is, or Sam knows what it is, um, and goes along with it. So I don't know if that answers your question. If that was what you were specifically asking. But yeah, so I feel like dexterity and charisma is a straight up no. Strength and wisdom are in the middle. Some robots can be strong, but I don't want to focus on strength because I don't really want to be, you know, uh, um, combat heavy this time. I actually want to take a step back. But I'll definitely pull my weight. Don't worry. I'm not going to have it where like that one character. Oh, I don't want to do anything. He's not going to be like that. As for wisdom, obviously he's not like experienced like a humanoid. Okay, that is weird. Um, but I imagine he'll have some wisdom because he's a learning robot, and since 1,000 years has passed, he actually has some experience now, even for a construct between iRobot and Walking Toaster. I would say in between. I think would fit in between. Um, and it's something that could actually, we could actually change throughout the campaign if you allowed it. But I'm not. Even if you don't, that's fine. I don't really plan on changing it. Um, Imagine, what is it, Bender from Futurama? Am I saying it right? I know a little bit about that show, but not too much. Is it Bender or Bendy? I think it's Bender. That's probably, when it comes to looks, what I would imagine. You know, a basic robot look. So, which I guess that could be your whole walk-in toaster. So, but yeah. So I'm gonna say if the base race is robot. So oh yeah. So now the two high ones I think will be Constitution and Intelligence. Intelligence because it's a robot. It's a computer. It's gonna be very smart. Constitution is because they can be pretty tough. I mean, not all of them, but yeah. So what I'm going to do is intelligence is going to stay at 2. That's because of my base race, simply a robot. I'm going to have my constitution. Actually, no. Because my sub race would be a medical robot. So actually, no. Wisdom would increase, but by 1. I feel like if I have it go up by 2, I'm kind of cheating now. Oh yeah, I know Bender. Yeah, I would say Bender, if it comes to looks, will be very similar to that. Obviously not the same. I don't want to get sued, you know. But I mean, I could use it be fine, but something like that. Obviously, his personality is not going to be like Bender, but looks kind of like that. Um, so I feel like this fits Sam pretty well. So this would be your base race. This would be the sub race. Base race, robot, sub race, medical, or yeah, I would say medic, like field medic. I'm not going to say doctor or surgeon, but definitely field medic would be Sam. Next is age. You start as you start as an adult. So I was thinking of 2 ways to word this. They both kind of mean the same thing, but like either you're just created as an adult anyway, or the other thing is you're a robot adult. You're incapable, like you're not limited to, what would a good term be? Life brackets, if you will. You know, for example, you have a child and you have an adult. That is or hmm, trying to think of a good way to say it. Um, yeah, I can't, because actually now I'm leaning more towards the whole adult is irrelevant instead of you're created as an adult. Because Samuel was created, but he's not a humanoid. Like he wasn't created like a baby. He was literally built as a construct. Um, People don't wait 18 years to to the robot. Yes. And the reason why I kind of want to have the adult thing in there is when you look at the races in the player's handbook, it gives you 2 facts about their age. One is how old you are once you are considered an adult, and 2, your max age before you die. Like assuming you live a healthy lifestyle, what your max age is whenever you die. So you start as an adult. Adulthood is irrelevant due to you being a construct. I don't. I want to avoid robot. Well, no. No, I'll embrace robot. I'll do that. I'll go that route. And for grammar, your adulthood is relevant due to your being a robot. And I'm not going to say age. I'm going to say mm, as long as you are maintained, you will exist forever. I'll go with that. Next is size. Again, it gives you 2 statistics due to size. One is pretty much once you stop growing, it gives you like a window of like, a short to tall person. For example, I think for humans it's like 5 feet to 7 feet tall. So 6 feet's average. Then it says what your size is, medium, if, this is due to like if you're trying to grapple, if you're trying to hide behind, or if you're trying to pick up stuff like that. Because like let's say you're a medium creature and you're trying to pick up a huge creature, you can't do it. You know, I think if it's like large, if it's one size larger than you, that's where you go off of like your strength score and you just roll a strength check. But I want to say if it's like 2 or 3 sizes above you, you don't even roll strength, you just can't do it. Something like that. Really just boils down to how they're programmed. Exactly, yeah. And let's see what this says. I like that better. It simplified it. If you are maintained, not you will exist, you exist forever. So yeah, I actually went really basic for size. I'm like 6 feet tall, size is medium. Easy to remember. Next is speed. And speed actually only really matters in combat. Pretty much how far you can go in your turn. And I went pretty basic. Your base walking speed is 30 feet. So easy to remember. That's what most races have. I think one of the elves, and I think one of the halflings, like the sub race of an elf and a sub race of a halfling, it goes up to 35 feet per turn. I know barbarian gets a feet later, a feet, where you go 40 feet per turn. Hugs had that. I know the really small ones is actually like 25 feet per turn, and I think dwarves are 25 feet per turn. So, yeah. So I'm thinking speed is pretty good. Languages, and this is one I actually copied like straight from the book. Actually, let me. So, and actually, what I've been doing is I've been reading about how it's actually worded in the player's handbook, and I've been kind of wording it that way. So, for example, I'll do human ability score increase. Actually, no, I'll do one that actually does it on one. So I'll do dragonborn. Okay. Uh, ability score increase. Your strength score increases by 2, and I have it where your intelligence score increases by 2, and your charisma score increases by 1, and your wisdom score increases by 1. So it's worded the exact same way. Granted, I chose different. I'm not a dragonborn. Age. So I'll read off the dragonborn one. Young dragonborn grow quickly. They walk hours after hatching, attain the size and development of a 10-year-old human child by the age of 3, and reach adulthood by 15. They live to be around 80. Actually, let me read. I'll stick with human after this. Humans reach adulthood in their late teens and live less than a century. Adulthood is relevant due to your being a robot. If you are maintained, you exist forever. I obviously can't copy that one because age for a construct is very different from age from a humanoid. So size. Humans vary widely in height and build from barely 5 feet to well over 6 feet tall. Regardless of your position in that range, your size is medium. So I just went with 6 feet tall. Your size is medium. Speed. Your base walking speed is 30 feet. That's for a human. Your base walking speed is 3 feet. So I just copied it from there. Languages. I think for languages, I actually copied from the monster manual for golems. Ow. And I do apologize. This stream is very different from my normal streams because I'm not gaming. But this is just going to be a just chatting stream, figuring some stuff out. And since I'm doing this while I'm streaming, I get to stream and tweak this race at the same time instead of streaming for 3 hours and after that rushing to tweak the race. But yeah. So for like all of the golems, the languages are understands the languages of its creator but can't speak. Understand the languages of your creator but cannot. You know what? I'm going to copy it exact, but cannot speak. Why is it cannot instead of can't? That is weird. There we go. Now, obviously Sam can speak, so I had it where For example, if you read up on, we'll do human, for example. I might change out my pants. These jeans are riding up. So, for languages for a human, you can speak, read, and write Common and one extra language of your choice. You can speak, read, and write Common, and I chose Dwarven because it actually makes sense for constructs. Um, I mean, I would say the majority of just anything D&D, the Elder Scrolls has this down. There's other just lores and like pop cultures. Anything dealing, because I think gnomes actually. Let's see, because like a good way to explain the difference between halflings and gnomes. Halflings are just small humans. Gnomes are simply small dwarves. Let me read something about gnome. So, for example, the languages of gnomes. You can speak, read, and write Common and Gnomish. The Gnomish language, which uses the Dwarvish script, is renowned for its technical treatises. Hopefully, I'm saying that right. And its catalogs of knowledge about the natural world. So yeah, there are some languages that they. I think Orcish, for example, actually. I don't think I'm in that part in the book yet. Let me read. Let me see. There are some languages that the script is Dwarvish. So, where is that at? I remember seeing that somewhere. Unless it was in the very beginning. Language 17, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 5. Let's look at 17. One, two, three. Oh, it means I actually did read past it. Okay. Oh, there we go. Um, Standard languages. So Common, spoken by humans, script is Common. Dwarvish, spoken by dwarves, script is Dwarvish. Um, wow. So we have Common, Dwarvish, and Elvish when it comes to script. Script will be obviously the writing part. Um, the script for Common actually has two languages, Common and Halfling. Again, Halflings are simply just small humans. Um, Elvish is its own thing. The language is also Elvish, spoken by elves. Dwarvish, however, Orc, Goblin, Gnome, Giant, and obviously Dwarf. All five of those languages go off of this Dwarvish script. So, very interesting. There is even an exotic language that goes off of the Dwarvish script, a Primordial, that's spoken by elementals. There's actually two exotic languages that have the Elvish script. It's Sylvan and Undercommon. Sylvan will be fey creatures, so like fairies. Undercommon is Underdark traders. Interesting. Okay. No, Dwarvish is a very common script. So I felt like, you know what, I'll have Sam be able to understand Dwarvish. Makes sense, he's a construct anyway. And I feel like since Sypha was an artificer, creating stuff, I want to say artificers. Granted, I don't know that much about them, but it makes sense if like Dwarvish was like mandated for them to know, because dwarves are kind of like you know, the engineers of the D&D world. Again, I'm not counting any homebrew stuff. That's something else I want to do with this race. I want to avoid having it look like homebrew. Like I actually want people to read it and be like, "Is this in the player's handbook?" So, but yeah, so I had it where Sam can speak, read, and write Common and Dwarven. This part I actually stole from the Monster Manual for the Golems. You also understand the languages of your creator but can't speak. Which, actually, I gotta look that up. Let me look at Sypha's character sheet. See what other language. She's an ASMR, so I'm assuming. What would. I don't know, actually. What, an ASMR would speak. Let's see. Celestial, duh. Okay, so she get wow. So Sypha, which is the ASMR artificer played by Karma, can speak, read, and write Celestial, Common, Deep Speech, Elvish, and Infernal. Wow. Common, everyone can speak Common. That's a given. Celestial's the one that I was thinking of. It makes sense. She's an ASMR, which is pretty much, in simple terms, half human, half angel, or a humanoid with angelic blood. Pretty much the opposite of a tiefling. But deep speech and infernal. That's surprising. Elvish, a little surprising, but not too far out there. Interesting. So I guess, okay, well, Sam can, dear God. Okay. I'm not going to add that in here, though, because this is based off if I want to publish it to D&D Beyond. When I make the character sheet, I'll add those in as well. Wow, okay. Raj, appreciate the lurk. Hope you're doing well. Hope your week was well. And hope you have some awesome plans this weekend. Catherine Full Body. Never played the game, but I remember when it came out, and I've seen gameplay of it. I've even watched some of yours. But, yeah. um, but yeah. Now, usually for all of the races, there is a gap between speed and languages. It's actually in between here, where all the extra stuff fall in. I plan to move that once I'm actually like done and satisfied with what I have, but I'm still tweaking this. So actually, I'll leave a gap there. Um, I really don't want to overpower my character, but at the same time, he is a robot, and so there are certain things that actually make sense. Um, Again, if you're listening to what I'm saying and you disagree with something, let me know, because there's something I might not be thinking of. So, um, so for example, when I look up, so damage immunities. So like when I look up, actually, would it be? Give me a minute. I'm gonna change up my pants. I don't like these. I'm gonna. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back and I feel better. Whew. I also went and grabbed the Dungeon Master's Guide because what I'm looking for might actually be in this book. Pretty much the types of damage. Actually, well, let me check Player's Handbook first. It's possible it's in there and I just overlooked it. Okay. Because, like, I actually went through the damage types, and there's a few that I'm like, it could be immune. Then there's others that it's like, it could be immune to that, but then since we're doing Ignis, your next campaign, Cyberpunk, um, it could be something else. Let's see. Damage types. Oh, we do have one. Oh, I don't think I'm here yet. That's why. Oh, I'm not here yet. So, okay, so damage types. So, for example, acid. I left acid normal because I was like, okay, what would Sam be resistant to? What would he be immune to? What would he be vulnerable to? But at the same time, I'm trying not to overpower him. But I'm also trying to have it where if I do add something, it makes sense. So acid. You could argue he would have resistant to acid. If you want to publish it, build it to a standard campaign. That's what I was going to do too. Because I do admit, I'm kind of. This is almost specifically for Sam. But I thought about, making it more mainstream, beginner friendly. So not to like a cyberpunk campaign, more like a traditional D&D campaign. So I got you. I was thinking that too. But yeah, Acid, I imagine, because he's a construct or a robot, obviously he's not immune to acid, because there's some acids that can just eat through metal. But you could argue he doesn't have flesh like a humanoid, which acid would be even worse, where he could have resistance to acid. So I thought about adding resistance to acid, but I decided no, because I think at that point, going through all, I had like 4 or 5 resistances. I'm like, for one, that's too overpowered, and two, that's a lot to remember. So I actually got rid of that. Plus, honestly, I don't really like resistances because I gotta remember, oh, it's specifically this one, and it's half. I like either vulnerabilities or immunities. Immunities, you just don't take damage. There's no math you have to do. Vulnerabilities, you do have to do math, but it's easier for me to multiply by 2 than it is to divide by 2 like resistance. So I'm trying to avoid resistances because I feel like that's the hardest one to do math-wise. Bludgeoning, blunt force attacks. So Ignis, you actually brought up a good. So initially, I had bludgeoning as one of my resistances, and you brought up a good point. But that's actually why I made it a resistance. Obviously, he's not going to bruise like a humanoid, but he'll still have a dent. You said the innards of him, gears, what have you, could rattle, become loose. That's actually why I had him be resistant and not, immune. Because I was thinking maybe immune to that, but I'm like, no, because he could still dent. And granted, dents aren't necessarily bad, but then, he could, something inside him could be rattled. So I'm like, I can't be immune to it. Maybe more like a resistance. But I am getting rid of that because I'm trying to avoid resistances. Cold. I imagine cold, is bleeding a thing? I don't remember. In D&D, I don't think so. But I think. Let me see. Let me check the Dungeons Master's Guide. I think I did remember. So I don't know if it was homebrew or if it was a variant where bleeding is a thing. Which I think bleeding is where you take like a certain amount of damage every turn or something. I can't remember. Let's see. No, not even in the Dungeon Master's Guide. Okay, if it ain't in there, it's definitely not in the Player's Handbook, but I'll check real quick. Now, if you're talking about like a condition of bleeding, no, there is no bleeding condition. But if you're talking about bleeding in general, I don't think D&D has any of that, but I remember maybe it was Homebrew Online that there was some DMs that do that. Yep, there's no bleeding at all. I think what I read is where bleeding, you take a certain amount of damage every turn, and if it's not in combat, you take a certain amount of damage like every minute or something. And I think once you lose a certain amount of hit points, you take like a level of exhaustion, which actually makes a lot of sense. Kind of like in the real world, how if you lose a lot of blood, you kind of just get real tired, you begin to pass out. Um, so yeah, but in D&D, like based off the books, there's nothing like that. Oh yeah, dang, I was looking at damage types. But yeah, so that's why I actually had bludgeoning as a resistance and not an immunity. But I went ahead and removed it. I'm like, nah. It would have dot. Didn't think it was in core. Yeah. Cold, I imagine. Jordan, welcome in. How you doing? How's your week been? Any plans this weekend? And you just missed. Ugh, you just missed magical. Ooh. Um. But yeah, so cold, honestly, I feel like for him, what cold does to humanoid, I mean, I know cold acts or reacts differently to metal, but I feel like in D&D, what happens to humanoids will happen to Sam. So cold is actually a normal damage when you compare Sam to humanoids. Fire. Fire, I think, is one you could argue. Immortality. Welcome in. How are you doing? Oh, not much. I'm actually talking D&D, and I'm working on actually building a race for my next character. How's the army treating you? And again, Jordan, welcome in. Hope you're doing good. But yeah, Immortality. How was your week? Any plans this weekend? Um, but yeah, so fire is one you could argue that I would have resistance to fire, but I actually removed that because I'm like, you know what? At the same time, I imagine Sam. I mean, he can overheat. So, like, for example, I imagine for humanoids a level of exhaustion. For Sam, it'd probably be called a level of overheat or something. It wouldn't be called exhaustion, but it'd just be a level of overheat. So I got rid of the resistance to fire. And again, a second reason is I'm trying to not do resistances anyway. I'd rather do a vulnerability than a resistance, which I know vulnerability is the bad one. But yeah. So that's why I got rid of my resistance to fire. Because even though it might not hurt me, the inside of Sam could overheat. So I got rid of that. Force. I feel like because force is it's magical. I think this is one that's like cold, where it would affect Sam the same way it would affect a humanoid. So force damage is the same. So that one I wasn't going to change anyway. Oh, um, lightning damage. This is the one, and actually, Ignis, I'm thinking about bringing back the lightning gamble. That's one I created myself. Uh, Kit Kat, you're still here. Again, glad to hear you're doing a little better. But yeah. So I had a lightning gamble feat up here. Actually, I'll go ahead and type it out real quick. I actually put something on this sheet for y'all to see. How is Sam powered? Um, well, Ignis, I could tell you this because well, I have to. You're the DM. It's actually a spoiler. Karma is aware of it. Makes sense because her character made Sam. But yeah, hopefully Epstein Slayer and Plague of Kitties ain't in here. Um, State, welcome in. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty good. How are you? How was your week? Any plans this weekend? Yeah, a little better. Just scared though, but I'm happy too. Why are you scared, Kit Kat? And why are you happy? It doesn't matter right now. Then I got you, Ignis. Um, I'll probably send it to you like a private message or something. I'm doing good. That's good to hear, State. Was asking help balance. Now I got you. I can tell you this. It's magic. I can say that. Um, I'll tell you like in a private message more specifically. But yeah. Um, I'm in Summit Township right now. I got you, State. Um, yeah, you were telling me that in the last stream. That's where you were going. But glad to hear you're doing good. But yeah, he's powered by magic. But yeah. Now, in your cyberpunk campaign, I understand if you want to word it differently. But yeah, you don't have to tell me until the end of your campaign. Oh, Ignis, when it comes to like the mini campaign, oh, it's not spoiler or anything. This is actually more something that, if you're okay with it, something that you could reveal later on in your next campaign. It's nothing crazy. It's just interesting or kind of cool. Actually, shit, I'll go ahead and tell you because it's not really that great big of a deal. So Sypha, when she was younger, there was this tree that she would spend a lot of her time underneath, whether it's reading a book or whatever the case is. Um, Doing some experiments, she ended up taking the spirit of the tree out and putting it into a robot, just to see if it could be done, and to see if the tree, if trees had personality or something. And that's Sam. That's it. Spoiler alert. I'm happy because it's on a Sunday, and I'm just scared about things this year. What's happening Sunday? You might have already told me this. I can't remember. What's happening Sunday? And scared. Was this dealing with your birthday? Which was either in April or May. Interesting. Yeah, so that's so pretty much Sam is legitimately a spirit of a tree, which actually kind of makes sense to why he's all about healing, stuff like that. Now imagine, because I doubt Plague of Kitties is listening, and Epstein Slayer might be in here. If he does play. Which Epstein Slayer, if you're in here, I might send you a message about possibly joining our campaign. Or anyone else who... Shoot. I'm going to shut up now. I feel like I'm saying too much. But yeah. And the tree's nothing special. It's just your basic tree that Safa just happened to spend a lot of her time underneath. I thought about adding it to where she found out the tree was going to get cut down. She was sad about it. And she was going to try to save the tree's spirit. That's also why she did what she did. So, Sam got to stay true to his roots. Yes. But yeah, let's see what was next. But yeah, so lightning. That's where I was going to type it out. So, lightning, I'm going to call it lightning gamble. I don't think there's any feats in the handbook like this, so this is one with the makeup. Actually, there's a few feats that are in this feat. And actually, Ignis, you're aware of this because I think you commented in Discord how that was pretty neat. When I got rid of it for simplicity, but then I'm like, you know what? That actually would fit him very well. And while it makes him overpowered, it also could definitely underpower him if I roll wrong. Apparently on Sunday I'm finishing up my book. And I'm just scared about my birthday this year because of what that girl did in real life. That's right. Yeah, okay. I do remember something about your birthday, something that a girl did. Finishing your book. Are you writing a book or reading a book? And if you're reading a book, what's the book's title? I'd run the blight angle rather than just cutting down. Okay. Could be. Maybe. We'll see. I'm on night watch tonight. I got you, State. I don't want to dox you, State, even though you kind of just said, Summit Township. Michigan, right? I want to say you're 2 hours ahead of me. You're either 1 or 2 hours ahead of me. I think you're 2. I think Michigan, even though it's not East Coast, it's still in like Eastern time zone, if I'm correct. I'm writing a book. Oh, nice. Can you give us some details, Kit Kat? I understand if you can't or don't want to. You don't have to. But very interesting. Yeah. Okay, State. Yeah, I think I want to say you're 2 hours ahead of me. Yep, you're 2 hours ahead. It's 5:53 where I'm at. I'm in I'm in Colorado, so. I liked the lightning gamble. It might not be so complicated like Avali's perception rules. Yeah, that I actually, to be fair, I actually got the idea from the Avali perception rules, actually, whether it was hearing or sight. And then I mixed it with the Golem monsters in the monster manual. Actually, I'll read to you some of the stuff. And I actually kind of combined it. Let's see. I really liked it too. I got rid of it, and I'm like, okay, that's something I don't have to remember. But then I was sad. I'm like, I really like that, so I'm going to bring it back. Again, Ignis, though, if you think it is too overpowered, let me know. Because remember, I'm not going combat this. I'll pull my weight. I'll fight. But, I'm definitely not going to be the tank, and I'm not going to be the DPS. I'll probably kind of be a tank because I'm the medic. I want to survive myself. But I'm not going to be a tank like Hugs or Care. I'm not going to be DPS. I actually want to take a step back. But yeah, so for example, Clay Golem has acid absorption. Meaning of detail, did you want a summary or did you want a detail about the title and what's it about? Oh, if you already have a title, like a working title, definitely let us know what that is. And I guess a summary. You know, what you're comfortable enough telling me. Shot Flame is like hamburger. Appreciate the alert, Shot Flame. Hope you're doing well. Hope your week was good. Hopefully you have some awesome plans for the weekend. I want to do a quick stream check. Let's see. Because I have a feeling Shot Flame is streaming. Let's see. Oh, he's not. Okay. Well, Shot Flame, well, you probably are left, but if I can catch you streaming, I'll try to give you a lurk while I'm streaming. But yeah, so the Clay Golem, for example, has acid absorption. Whenever the golem is subjected to acid damage, it takes no damage and instead regains a number of hit points equal to the acid damage dealt. So with the lightning gamble, let's say you hit me with lightning. I would roll, and it could be any die, and I could either go even or odd versus even, or less than half versus more than half. If I roll good, it's lightning absorption, where you didn't damage me, you actually healed me. Because granted, I'm not going off of the real world, I'm going off of like movies and stuff, like Iron Man. I know in the first Avengers film, Thor struck Iron Man with lightning, but ended up powering Iron Man's like suit by till 300%. So I'm like, okay, I'll go off of that. Unrealistic, but something cool. The Flesh Golem has aversion to fire, or aversion of fire, and it has lightning absorption. So aversion to fire is actually the bad one. So if I roll bad, I was going to get aversion of lightning, and obviously lightning vulnerability. Lightning vulnerability is simply I take double damage. Aversion of lightning, though, so this is aversion of fire. If the golem takes fire damage, it has a disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until the end of its next turn. So I was actually going to double down on it, where aversion of lightning was going to be the disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks, and I get double damage. What I thought about doing was bringing it back, but actually getting rid of the aversion of lightning, just do lightning vulnerability. So, actually, yeah. Well, at the same time, though, if I do have it where I have the lightning vulnerability and aversion of lightning, I'll probably add an extra good feat to like counter that. Not within the lightning gamble, but a whole different feat. Because that's what I realized out of all the races in the player's handbook. Because some of them have they had I think it's the Dark Elf had the most. It had like 8 of these. Granted, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, I actually have more than that. However, one of those 8 was actually negative. It was called sunlight sensitivity. Pretty much, if you're in direct sunlight, you roll a disadvantage when it comes to like attack rolls, ability checks, stuff like that. So, but yeah, so oh no, I don't want it to be like this. So yeah, I'm probably gonna bring this back. In parentheses, I'll say any. There we go. It's called Life Story, like my first music album I'm working on, except this book talks about my life like the album, except it has more details than my music. I'm still working on chapter 3 to summarize it. Talks about my introduction, like my name and nicknames and stuff. Oh, so is it an autobiography about your life? And you have a musical album out. Are you working on your album, or is it already out? That is really cool. Do you already know how many chapters are going to be in it? Jeff, welcome in. How are you doing? How was your weekend? You have any plans for the weekend? Also, Jeff, I'm waiting on Plague of Kitties, but she'll probably say yes. I was actually going to invite you to Ignis's next campaign to actually make a character and play if you wanted to. We're giving you an invitation. I understand you're pretty busy right now, but I don't know if you would have time to play with us. Or maybe this is something that you need, kind of get like a break from life. But yeah, you're welcome to actually make a character and play with us in Ignis's next campaign if you want to. And Chapter 2 summary talks about my strange life, and I'm still working on the album. Oh, wait, your strange life? Do you have so? Is your life strange, Kit Kat? And again, you don't have to answer. It's personal information, but yeah. But yes, Jeff, we are giving you an invitation. We understand if you can't accept or don't want to. I understand you're very busy in life right now, but you're more than welcome to make a character and join us and play. All right. When taking lightning damage, roll any dice. Sorta, yes. Okay. Is it strange in a good way or a bad way? And again, you don't have to answer. And chat, if I'm ever asked a question that you don't want to answer, you don't have to answer. So, doing good, brother? With everyone in the program right now, went to Tesla today, was fun. Ooh, nice, Jeff. Okay, I got you. Wait, are you still at school? I hear that. But no, again, you're welcome to play D&D the next campaign if you want to. Because it'll be me, Karma, Kitties, and yourself. So that's 4 people. And Ignis wants to keep it at 4. He doesn't want to add anyone else. If you decline, we have thought about, Allie was in here earlier. Allie, if you're still in, no, she's lurking right now. Reaching out to Allie. But I know Allie was saying her schedule might not fit. It also talks about the times I got bullied, but it's sort of weird in good ways and bad ways in my life. Okay. I can relate to that, kid. I was bullied when I was younger. Actually, I think almost everyone was, but I was definitely bullied because I had severe acne. Yeah. I'm down for a campaign. We could work it in my schedule. Nice. Okay. Ignis, oh no, you're in here, Ignis, because you're like, hey. So Jeff is down. Karma's okay with it. I don't know if Kitties has responded to me, but I'm pretty sure she's fine with it. Plus, Ignis is the DM. He's the one who has the say. So. Okay, Kitties has not responded to me. Gotcha, Ignis. Let me pull up Discord. And actually, let me put on Do Not Disturb. Oh, I see it now, Ignis. I'll ask. Actually, I'll do a heart. Okay, I got you. I saw it, Ignis. I saw it. It's also going to have up to 20 chapters. Okay. I don't know if I asked that yet, but that was a question I was going to have is do you already know about how many chapters you're going to have? I might have already asked that. Jeff, if Ranger is down to play D&D with us, he's also more than welcome to join as well. We're asking you because, you're his dad. You might be like, no, he can't play because he's grounded or something. And this is also up to him if he wants to play. But, yeah, so Jeff, it sounds like you're definitely in, which is awesome. If you are okay with Ranger, or if he wants to play, or if you want him to play too, he's more welcome to as well. But, anyway. Oh, I just realized you said in the Springs. You're still okay. Are y'all still doing like the Tesla stuff? Just haven't gotten out of class yet. And I was actually bullied because of my weight, my face, and my emotions. I basically got more bullied because of my personality and my face, because it has facial hairs. Also, you asked the summaries, the title, and oh, I did. Sorry. Okay. Um, I was bullied because I'm ugly, uh, and I had severe acne. So, that's why I was bullied. Plus, I was just a small guy. Like everyone was bigger than me, whether it was taller or just heavier. And it's easy to pick on the small guy. So, like Ignis, I know you keep thinking that you're short. You're taller than me, but it's going to be a homebrew heavy cyberpunk themed campaign. I'm aware of that, Ignis. What's funny is even though I'm homebrewing my own race, my race will probably be the most D&D thing out of your whole campaign, because it's just going to be almost, what is it? What did you say, like 95% homebrew? Which I'm definitely okay with. I'm excited. But anyway, so yeah, Phyllis Golem has aversion to fire, which is where if the golem takes fire damage, it has a disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until the end of its next turn. It also has lightning absorption, which is actually what I'm about to add here. Whenever the golem is subjected to lightning damage, it takes no damage and instead regains the number of hit points equal to the lightning damage dealt. The iron golem has fire absorption, so if it takes fire damage, it actually heals itself with it. The stone golem doesn't have any absorption or aversion. Okay, interesting. But I was probably, I'll do lightning absorption and lightning vulnerability. I'll probably leave aversion of lightning alone. But if I want to add an extra good feat, then I'll add that one in to balance it. I've never had acne, but I have like 6 pimples. But honestly, no one is ugly. Um, well, I mean, you could argue. I mean, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But at the same time, I'm about facts and truth. I don't want to seem like the majority of society today, where I'm saying something simply to accept everyone and not hurt people's feelings. I'm the opposite. There are some people that, are ugly, and that was me. But I accepted that. I'm okay with that. Um, and not saying bullying's okay. I'm kind of glad I went through that because I ended up joining the army afterward, and that bullying toughened me up for the army. If I was never bullied, I wouldn't have made it in the army. So, again, I'm not justifying bullying, but when I look back, I'm kind of glad I went through that. I still shouldn't have went through it. It's still bad, but yeah. Um, 6 pimples. That's it. Man, I have like 100 pimples right now. but but yeah. So that's where I kind of got the lightning gamble. So okay, I'm gonna write that out. Actually, before I do the lightning stuff, I'm gonna keep reading through the damages. Necrotic damage. Necrotic damage dealt by certain undead in a spell such as Chill Touch, withers, matter, and even the soul. I feel like dull compared to the crackheads. Here, you're downright handsome. Thank you, Ignis. That's good. I'm gonna tell Karma that. I'm gonna be like, babe, who's more handsome, me or crackheads? Oh man, that's awesome. I love that. I never, you know what? I'm pinning that. That is an awesome message. That is awesome. I love that. That is just great. I never ever had a paper cut or cavities. Really? I think I have cavities now. Believe it or not, I actually have taken really good care of my teeth, even now. But it's been years since I went to a dentist, and you can only do so much with flossing and brushing. And I think I do have 2 cavities actually in the top, in the very back. So, and as for paper cut, whew, that's awesome, Kit Kat. I've had plenty, and ugh, that's one of those things that just ugh. Got to ride in the Tesla Plaid played today. Was the fastest car I've ever rode in, and I've been in a Ford GT and a Ferrari. Really? Okay. I have a question. Are you talking about acceleration or top speed? I have heard their acceleration is crazy fast. Like they go 0 to 60 in what, like 2 or 3 seconds or something? As for top speed, if you're talking about that, I didn't know that. That's awesome. Wow. Fun fact: two of my family members had them. One of them has three, and one had five cavities. Really? Got to go fast. Never heard of that Tesla before. Yeah, I don't know what a. I'm assuming is it Plaid or Plaid? I'm assuming Plaid. I mean, I don't really know Tesla anyway. Um, but yeah, I have no problem with like electric vehicles, but I despise how we're trying to like, dump, you know, um, combustion engines, and that is just dumb. I'm all for investing in electric vehicles. I think the push for them is wrong. Let capitalism do its thing. People will, if they like it, they'll buy it. If they really like it, they'll keep it. If they don't have no interest, they won't buy it. Just let people dictate that. The government shouldn't have any intervention in that. At the same time, to say electric is not the way to go, I'm not going to say that either. Because, I mean, if an electric vehicle can beat like a gas-powered engine when it comes to speed or comfortability or economy, I'm all for it. At the same time, I mean, I don't want to give up, my truck or my car. So, have no problem with investing in electric vehicles, but I am against the push for it, and I'm against the dump of oil or gas. So, 199 miles per hour was its top. Wow. Did you actually get that high, or is that just like a fact that they told you? Knowing Musk, it would be played as a Spaceballs reference. Okay. It's been a while since I've seen that movie. I know what reference you're talking about, but I don't remember exactly what it was. But I gotta rewatch that one. What is it? Mel Brooks did that one. 0 to 60 was 1.9 seconds. Yes, I have heard that. I've heard wow, that's insane. I also got bullied due to my tics. Not the bug, it's twitching and shaking. Okay, what is it? Tourette's. And I have little tics too. Like, actually, if you've watched me in my streams, I'm always doing this. Like that, or I'm blinking a lot. I have like my own little tics as well. So, but I've been bullied for that, and actually, I might not even have these tics when I was bullied. These might be kind of newer. If I was bullied, I mean, it's me. So, yeah. Electric cars are just gas cars with extra steps. Yeah. Iron Man Duck. Appreciate the lurk. Are you still streaming? Definitely check out Iron Man Duck. Let me see. But oh, he's done streaming. Okay. Um, fastest he hit with us was 106 miles an hour. I'll be honest, Jeff. It's been a while since I hit over 100 miles an hour. I'm such a easy, casual driver now. I think the fastest I go now is like 80. Thank you for shout out. Very nice of you. You're welcome, man. You're welcome, man. I appreciate it. I like your shout outs. How it actually plays out like one of my clips. So, nope, done streaming today. I got you. Yeah, I saw. I exited out. I had actually still had you tabbed up, but I appreciate the lurk. I understand if you got to head out, do your do some stuff. But again, you definitely check out Iron Man Duck here. Cool streamer. Ignis, I was wanting to tell you this. I don't know if I don't know why I wanted to tell you this, but you have like a VTuber. Iron Man Duck here does both what I do with my face on, I think it's the bottom left of his screen. In the bottom right, he has a little VTuber. I think it's was it a raccoon or a panda with a headset? So he actually does both. So interesting. But cool streamer, definitely check him out. 106 miles an hour. Wow. And 60 in .1 seconds. I don't think I've ever experienced that before. I think the fastest I've experienced was, I don't know, 4 seconds, which I think is actually still pretty good. 1.9 seconds. Wow. Actually, no, not even 4 seconds. I think it was like 5 or 6 seconds. What vehicle was it? I was riding with someone. A Corvette, I think. I can't remember. Um, but yeah, so actually, let me go down. So, necrotic. I feel like necrotic is one I would be immune to because I don't have flesh. And that one, I don't think really requires a lot of thinking. That's what I'm going to stick with. Piercing. This one's going to go with kind of like with the bludgeoning, where let's say someone's shooting at me with like a sentry, like a giant crossbow bolt. Um, that would pierce me, like pretty bad. That's one that I wouldn't even be resistant to. I would take full damage. So I didn't even have that as resistance. Poison. Here's another one I think I'll be immune to because I don't have like internal organs like a humanoid. I have internal organs, but it's more like gears, wiring, stuff like that. So I feel like necrotic and poison I would just straight up be immune to. Psychic mental abilities such as okay. I almost added this one, but you can have tics without having Tourette's, but no, it's not Tourette's. Tourette's are different to my tics. Some people with autism have tics too. My sister has autism, but I don't. My tics are just a twitching and shaking body, but on certain body parts, and it's mild. I also have 3 vocal tics and 2 facial tics, which is my eyes and eyebrows. Okay. Yeah, I know I got the. I'm always moving my nose, sniffling. I'm always sniffling. But I think it's more my allergies, my year-round allergies, more than just tics. But then, like, my eyes move, which you could also argue are allergies as well. But if it's not allergies, it's definitely ticks. Okay, I got you, Kit Kat. Ooh, it's all good. Man. But yeah. Psychic was one I actually did put as an immunity at first, but then I thought about it. Because, oh my god. Wow. I The Bracken is still the monster that scares me the most. I would rather deal with like a Coilhead or a Jester or a Ghost Girl or an eyeless dog or a giant before a Bracken. I don't know why, but the Bracken just scares me because that thing's lurking around trying to find me. I think that's why it scares me. Um, but yeah, so Psychic is one I initially had as an immunity, but I figured, you know what? That would be on par with if we're doing a cyberpunk theme or like a robot. That would be on par of like hacking. And you could argue I'm immune to psychic damage, but you could have it because I don't know if this is what you plan to do, but there could be hacking damage, which I imagine would simply be psychic damage, but it would, have the cyberpunk overlay instead of being psychic is hacking. In that case, I can't be hacked. So that's why I did not add psychic as an immunity. I feel like what psychic damage would be to a human would be hacking damage to Sam. So that's one I'm actually going to take full damage. Radiant. I feel like because Radiant is pretty much like deity magic, it would affect me just like it would affect a humanoid. Yes, I'm not a humanoid, so I'm not, I can't be poisoned. I can't take necrotic damage, but a god can still destroy me. So, yeah, Radiant is normal. Slashing. Same thing with piercing and bludgeoning. I imagine like right here at my arm, someone could, with a really strong just downward sweep, could simply cut off one of my arms, even as a robot. So, if Sam has a soul, you could justify psychic damage in core rules. I thought about that too, where actually psychic damage as well. But at the same time, you could say second damage requires a brain, and as a soul, I don't have one. So, me personally, powered by a soul, yeah. Me personally, though, I think, like, I'm allowing it, but more for cyberpunk flavor. You know, someone could hack Sam instead of try to read his mind. They could hack him, which is the same thing, but just the robot side of it. So, but no, Ignis, you're definitely right. You know, if I'm, you know, a soul, true spirit, yeah. It's definitely not fun though, because there are certain things I can't do with my left hand, which is putting my ADHD and anxiety stuff on a spoon of yogurt. Did I read that right? And I also can't really hold things with my left hand only, or lay my left arm by itself because it twitches and shakes. Oh, so it's only your left arm or hand. Okay. Or powered by a soul. Roll in that one, play an ad. Yeah. I wasn't going to add that in here, but I thought about it, and that's one that would just be where it plays an ad. Where if I roll a nat one, I simply can't. I was I was going to add something like that, where if I roll a nat one on like on a hit die or something, I play an ad, and what this means is that takes up my turn, and I can't take reactions or bonus actions or actions until my next turn. On top of that, now that I'm playing an ad, if we were trying to sneak up on someone, they can now hear us. So pretty much, I just alerted everyone to my presence. So I thought about adding something like that. But like what I've noticed though, if I add a negative, it counters one of the positives, and you could add another positive. So let's say, for what I wanted to do is, for example, I added 3 points here. Most races in the player's handbook add 2 for their base class, and 1 for their base race, and 1 for their sub race. And so, when it comes to the extra stuff, most of them have at least 4. If they have a 5th one, they'll counter the 5th one with another one that's negative, I've noticed. So theoretically, I could have like 20 of these, but after the other 4, let's see, 20 minus 4 is 16. Out of those 16, 8 of them will have to be negative. So that's probably what I'm going to do. But I'm going to try to, I want to have as least as possible for simplicity, and it's beginner friendly. It's basically more on my left arm, yeah. But sometimes my legs and feet twitch and shake, but it's mild, and my right arm as well, and sometimes my head twitches. Okay, I gotcha. Oh, you play an ad, but get 5 copper for playing it. Okay, so to make it not as bad, I gain money from it. Ooh, here's something else. Granted, this is more for humor, but the other player characters, for example, Karma Kitties, Jeff, um, if they pay me money, they don't have to see the ad. And granted, I think only one of them have to do it, and it simply makes it where if I roll nat 20 or a nat 1, I don't play an ad. I guess, I hit myself or take full damage myself or whatever you'll have us do for a nat 1. That'd be funny. But yeah, slashing, they could cut my arm off, so I wouldn't be immune to slashing. Last is thunder. Thunder, I kind of feel like it would be the effect from bludgeoning almost, and so I'm not immune to that. So just to go back over acid, I felt like I would be resistant to it, but I got rid of resistance because I don't want resistances. Bludgeoning, I felt like I could be resistant to it, but I got rid of it. I don't want resistances. Cold will be normal. Fire initially was resistance, but I got rid of it. Lightning is the one I'm going to add. It's the gamble. Necrotic is I'm immune to because I don't have flesh. Piercing, normal. Poison I'm immune to because I'm not humanoid. Alright, I'm going to go show more love, but I'll join your next stream. Have a good night. Alright, Kit Kat, hey, thanks for coming in and chatting for a bit. Hope things get even better for you. And good luck on your book. Good luck this Sunday. And good luck on your musical album. Take it easy. But yeah. All right. Appreciate it. You're welcome, Kit Kat. But yeah, so piercing, again, like bludgeoning and slashing, I could be resistant to it, but I got rid of it because again, I don't want resistances. Um, Poison, I'm not a humanoid, so I'm straight up immune to it. Psychic, you could argue I'm immune to it, but then you could also argue if this is the same thing as hacking for a computer, I'm not immune to it. I'm not even resistant to it. It's actually normal. It just wouldn't be called psychic. It'd be called like hacking, I guess. Radiant, while I'm not humanoid, a god could still destroy me like nothing. Slashing, again, I'd already talked about bludgeoning and piercing. Thunder, I feel like it's normal. Another reason why, usually with bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing, those three usually come together. Dole is tired of resistance after player. Yes, I am, Ignis. That is actually 100% correct. That was so much math I had to do that I was like, I don't want to go through that again. So, I'd rather take full damage or even double damage. And of course, I'd rather take immunity. I feel like resistance is the worst one. Because you still take damage, and you have to do the worst part of math. You have to divide by 2. Division is the hardest math to do compared to like subtraction, addition, or multiplication. But you're right. My rage in the barbarian and the werewolf, yeah. But yeah, what I've also noticed is no one's ever resistant to just bludgeoning and not piercing or slashing or however combination you want to do it. Bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing usually go hand in hand. Either you're resistant to all 3, or you're resistant to none of them. Or you're immune to all 3. And actually for werewolf, it's not even resistance. Werewolf is immune to all 3. But I changed it to where in humanoid form, it's normal. He gets full damage from any of it. In his hybrid form, as we know as the werewolf, he's simply immune to it. Unless it's silvered or it's magical. But yes. So, out of all those, I felt like poison and necrotic was actually the good 2 immunities that fits a robot. Damage vulnerabilities. So, what would I take double damage of? Let's see. The lightning because of the gamble. Which, if I add this, I'm obviously going to get rid of that. Which actually, I'm going to get rid of that. We'll do that. Which actually, I'm probably going to get rid of this because I'm thinking about adding a condition when it comes to water. Where like every minute I'm in standing water or, in rain, I take like a level of exhaust or something. Something that's actually really underpowers my character. And then lightning is when I can go either way, where it could really hurt me or really help me. So that's what I'm probably going to add. Actually, you know what? I'm going to leave this here for now, but once I start typing out the water thing, I'll delete that. But either way, lightning is one that could definitely hurt me, and water is one that could definitely hurt me. Even though you don't really take water damage, but just standing in water or something. For example, you don't take fall. For example, you take fall damage, but it falls under bludgeoning, I guess you could say. So, but yeah, condition immunities. So, I'll pull up my little DM board here. So, the conditions, you have blinded, charmed, deafened, frightened, grappled, incapacitated, invisible, paralyzed, petrified, poisoned, prone, restrained, stunned, unconscious, and exhaustion. So, blinded. At first, I actually had it where I was immune to blinded, because I don't have eyes. But then I thought about it, I'm like, well, I don't have eyes. I mean, it's going to look like as if I have eyes to make me look more, humanoid, even though it's obvious I'm a robot. But they're not actual eyeballs, they're like sensors. But I thought about it. My sensors could be hacked. Or, they could stab me in one of my sensors or something and I'm blind in that sensor. So that's why I actually got rid of the blind immunity. Plus, again, I felt like it was overpowered. I was trying to underpower my character or balance it out more. So I'm not immune to blinded. Charmed. I actually thought about being immune to this one. Optical sensors could still get overloaded. Exactly, yeah. Charmed. This was another one that I actually had initially as a condition immunity, but I thought about, no, because that's the same thing as hacking again. Um, I can definitely be charmed. That would be on par with psychic damage, kind of, where you're hacked. So if my character's charmed, I guess you could say it's on par with being hacked or controlled. So I'm definitely not immune to that. Deafened, same logic to blinded, like a light and night vision. Yes, and as you can see here, I actually have night vision, but of course I call it dark vision. Thanks to your night vision, you have superior vision in dark and dim conditions. You can see in dim light within 60 feet of you as if it were bright light, and in darkness as if it were dim light. You can't discern color in darkness, only shades of gray. Initially, I had what was it called, blind sight? Oh my god, blind sight, where I don't even need sight to see. I can sense things, but I'm like, man, I'm not gonna do all that, cause like, yeah, I'm not gonna do all that. I don't have cameras all over my body, so I just went with basic dark vision. And then I think dark elves have superior dark vision, which is the same thing as this, except 60 feet is 120 feet. So I just went with basic dark vision. I almost got rid of it, but I'm like, it actually makes sense for a robot to have that because of sensors and night vision. So I added that one. It actually would not make sense if I didn't have dark vision. But I felt like superior dark vision and blind sight is too much. So, but yeah, deafened, same logic as blinded. I have sensors to hear. They can be destroyed. They can be damaged. So yeah, even though I don't have legit ears. Next is frightened. This is another one that I actually was immune to initially. Because Sam, you can't scare him. And it's not that he's not scared of anything. It's more like he can't really fear. But I thought about it. Sypha made him to help people. So, uh, let's say Karma's character is about to die. We're in combat. It's possible Sypha, when she made Sam, she made it where he has, because I'm gonna have it where he has some senses, like he can learn, but he's limited. He could fear someone else dying, and remember, he's trying to save this person. He could fear that he won't save them. So because of that, I actually got rid of the frightened immunity. He's not immune to frightened. He himself, you could argue, can't be frightened. I can scare my AI bots if I try hard enough. Yeah. I mean, haha. But yes, I mean, I take that as a joke and serious too. Yeah. So, um, I felt like, yes, I got rid of the frightened immunity. He can definitely be frightened. It's weird how he himself can't be frightened for himself, but he can be scared for someone else, if that makes sense. So, grappled. He can be grappled. I'm not going for a wrestling robot or like a Terminator or something. You know, this is just a medical robot. The frightened could be another either or thing. Ooh. Maybe I don't. Okay, once I'm done with all this, if I actually think I still have space for one more thing, I'll add that. Kind of like the lightning gamble, where if they're trying to frighten Sam for himself, it won't work. But if they're it's like, I'll kill your friend. That's where Sam will be scared. But it was like, I'm gonna kill you. Sam will just sit there and look at him. You know, maybe I'll think about it. You know what? Possible either or for frightened condition. We'll try this out. We'll try it out. Like his flight or fight response is disabled, but has fear for others. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because like I might have it where he's willing to get in front of someone to take damage for them if that damage was going to kill them. I'll probably do that a few times, so he has no problem taking damage or something. But yes, for others, yeah. So maybe I'll look into that. Now, if I have a lot already, I'm not going to do that. Or I might see like is there one I can get rid of to replace it with this. I like that. I really like that. At the same time, I don't want to overload myself and have so much to remember. Ernie, welcome in. How you doing? Are you still streaming? How's your week been? Any plans for the weekend? I'll do a quick stream check real quick. Actually, no, I'll wait for ads. I'll wait for ads playing. Um. Oh no, you are still streaming. Yeah, I still got. To be fair, Ernie, on my end, it's showing the Xbox stuff, but I am still in your stream lurking. In roleplay, he is not affected by fear, but if a party member he is forced to act to defend them. Exactly, yeah. Kind of like iRobot, where it's impossible for him to hurt someone. What is it? There was like these. There was like rules for robot, like they can't intentionally harm a human or something. I forgot what it was. I think it mentions it in the beginning of that movie. I also read the book. It's one of the few like fictional books I've read, but it's been so long I've got to reread it again. Okay, my bad. I'm taking a break. Oh no, you're good, Ernie. Yeah, you're still streaming on my end, but it's showing the Xbox stuff. But that's fine. I got you. So is that like your be right back screen? Okay. Yep, that's it, Ignis. Yep, through Laws Robotics. Yep. You're all good, Ernie. Hey, no worries. But yeah, so grappled. I'm not immune to grappled. I'm not a Terminator. I can be grappled. Incapacitated. To my understanding, that is the one condition no one's immune to, even the biggest and the baddest. Because theoretically, when you get down to 0 hit points, you're incapacitated. So no one's immune to that. If you're immune to that, you not only can you not die, you can't even be knocked out. So that one obviously is untouchable. Yeah, AI has proven those will never actually be a thing. Yeah, it kind of is things. Oh, okay, Ernie, that's pretty cool. Um, I got you. Now I know that. So like, I didn't know if it was your stream messing up on Xbox, but it's just you taking a break. Nice. Okay. Um, Ernie, do you know Dungeons and Dragons? I mean, I'm sure you read the title. I'm talking D&D. I'm actually making a race right now for my next character, which Ignis Aurora here is about to DM for us. It's actually his next campaign. Invisible. I feel like invisible is normal to where someone could make me become invisible. I mean, that's not like a humanoid thing because you can make a building become invisible. So I'm not immune to that. Paralyzed. I'm not immune to that because that could. I feel like a robot can be paralyzed, simply controlled and forced to stop. So Lunar Salad, welcome in. How are you doing? Hopefully your week was good. Hopefully you have some plans for the weekend. Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. Welcome in, Lunar. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, paralyzed. I feel like I'm not immune to. It's like, again, it kind of falls under the whole hacking, but you just force the robot to stop moving. Stop. If it's like doing something good, you just force it to stop. And I can't do anything. So, yeah. Petrified's another one. While I'm already made of metal, I feel like petrified will be like another form of paralyzed. Which I think petrified is similar to paralyzed, but it does even more bad stuff. Sick corn shirt, yes. My favorite band. I was explaining this earlier. Like I was a fan. Like I love their original stuff, like Blind. Of course, I love their big stuff. You know, like a Freak on a Leash, Coming Undone. I even love their new stuff. Like even their new stuff is awesome. Like I actually cannot say that about any other band, where they've been going since what the early '90s, like 30 years, and their whole discography is awesome. Every now and then there's a song that's just okay, but most of their songs I love. They rock. But yeah, it's corn. Um, Again, Petrified. I feel like the same as Paralyzed, but I think Petrified is even worse. So I'm definitely prone to either one. I'm not immune to it. Poisoned. This is one I actually would be immune to. Pretty much, I can't take poison damage. I'm also immune to that condition. So if Hugs try to hit Sam with that nope rope, I would take the damage, but I wouldn't get inflicted by the poison condition. So, my mom makes fun of me for liking them, LMAO, but they rock. She makes fun of you for liking them. What? What music does your mom like? No, they definitely rock. Yeah, my top three, and I'm pretty generic here, but my top three is Korn, Slipknot, and System of a Down. Slipknot's another good one. System of a Down, their new stuff because I didn't realize that they actually released some songs a few years ago. I like two of their songs, but I don't like all of them. But yeah, you could tell that my favorite genre of music is new metal. It's like the 2000s, like post grunge and stuff. I do like 90s grunge too, so like obviously Nirvana. I do think they are overrated, but I do like them still. Alice in Chains, um, Soundgarden, Pearl Jam. Man, Pearl Jam's 10 album, their first album, wow, almost every song on that album rocked. She only listens to the Beatles. Wow, okay. To be fair, I do like some of the Beatles songs, but I don't necessarily like the Beatles themselves, and that explains it. There might have just been a carjacking across the street. Oh, I take it you're at work, Ignis. Dang, that okay. Prone. I can get not prone. I'm not immune to that. I'm not like a structure, which even structures can be destroyed. So restrained. I can be restrained. Stunned. I can be stunned. Actually, I feel like what I might do is have it where if I take lightning damage and I roll bad, the stunned condition is afflicted on me. I thought about adding that. Unconscious. I can be unconscious. A lot of these almost fall under just being hacked. So, yeah. Yeah, at work. Oof. Yeah. Exhaustion. Here's another one that I'm like, I actually added as an immunity, but then I thought about it. Again, with the fire damage, I could overheat. That could be Sam's version of exhaustion, like different levels of overheat or overheating. So I'm not immune to exhaustion. So that's why when it comes to condition immunities, it's just disease and poison. Now, disease actually ain't a condition up here, but it's something that it should be up here, honestly. Obviously, I'm immune to disease because I'm not humanoid. But if I'm correct, Ignis, didn't you have like rock cancer in your campaign? I don't think I would be immune to that. So that's something to think about. Ooh. I'll have to message you privately and just have an idea. Man, I don't. I gotta keep my backstory simple. But I'm getting ideas to add to it. Okay. But I have to leave. I'm about to help my parents real quick. Hey, it's all good, Salad. It's all good. And Angus, you probably know what I'm about. What I was going to like message you, or what I'm going to message you in the future about that. I just got an idea for my backstory based off what I just told that what I just reminded that you have in your campaign. So, all right. So yeah, those are the conditions. I feel like I would only be immune to disease and poisoned. And I should clarify when it comes to the disease part, humanoid disease. So, medical cunning. Okay, solidified ether that, when exposed to people, causes crystal-like growths. When you say people, are you talking about humanoids? Could it affect constructs as well? Because if it doesn't affect constructs, then actually I would be immune to that. But if it could affect robots, because it's like rock cancer, I'm not immune to that. Well, I wouldn't think. I'll let you dictate that. I don't know what your take on that is, but yeah. Because I'm not made of rock, but I am made of metal, and metal comes from rock. Metal is rock, theoretically, in its uh, virgin form. Anyway, now we're actually getting into this stuff. So once I have stuff, I want to add something about water. Actually, you know what? I'll go ahead and do it. Water condition. Get rid of this. We'll do that. So I have 2 damage immunities, poison and necrotic. I have no resistances because I don't want to do math. I have 2 condition immunities, disease and poisoned. I wouldn't say it affects constructs unless you can make a justification for saying. Oh, okay. Actually, if you say it doesn't affect constructs, then never mind. I would be okay. Never mind. I get to keep my backstory simple. I'm actually looking forward to a simple backstory. I'm gonna I'm gonna try my best not to add anything to it. I'm gonna try so hard. Anyway, so medical cunning I actually got from stone cunning, which comes from dwarfs. Um, Actually, I'll read it out to you. I just kind of changed up the wording to go from stone work to medical work. Ah, the roommates are talking. Didn't know what I was hearing. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna read off. I think it was up. Ads are playing, so I'm gonna go ahead and do a stream check here. All right. So, Ernie is back streaming. I'm just seeing if there's anyone else who came in that I should be looking for. Nope, it's actually just Ernie. Okay, cool. Anyway, so in the player's handbook, it is under dwarf. I think it's under the base race, not a sub race. Yep. It's called Stone Cunning. Whenever you make an intelligence history check related to the origin of stonework, you are considered proficient in the history skill and add double your proficiency bonus to the check instead of your normal proficiency bonus. So pretty much I took that, but I made it to where it's more medical. So whenever you make a check related to anything medical, you are considered proficient in the skill and add double your proficiency bonus to the check instead of your normal proficiency bonus. So for example, let's say I I see a victim who's been crushed by a boulder. They're still alive, but they can't get up. I could try to lift the boulder. Now, I'm not, even though I'm a robot, I'm not strong. But because I'm trying to help someone, this is where this would come into play. So if you had me do like an athletics skill check or a strength check or something, um, I would be able to add expertise. This was initially called medical expertise, but then when I was reading Stone Cunning, I'm like, oh, that's exactly what I want, but on the medical side. So I changed it to medical cunning instead of medical expertise. Your proficiency bonus, when it's doubled, that's known as expertise. And so, and I think expertise is actually specifically a rogue thing, because I think rogue actually has a feat called expertise. Let's see. Yep. At first level, choose two of your skill proficiencies or one of your skill proficiencies and your proficiency with thieves' tools. Your proficiency bonus is doubled for any ability check you make that uses either of the chosen proficiencies. At 6th level, you can choose two more of your proficiencies in skills or with thieves' tools to gain this benefit. So what a lot of people have noticed today in D&D, instead of saying double proficiency, they just say expertise. So, but I'm trying to keep it worded like how the player's handbook would word it. So if you have me do like an athletics check to lift up a boulder, let's say I'm level 10. I think my proficiency would be +4. Well, 4 times 2 is 8. So I would actually be able to add 8 to my athletic skill check. Another example would be if you had me roll like an investigation check. Let's say we were in like an abandoned building. We're trying to run from combat. One of the party members is injured badly. I might need to do something to them real quick to save them. But I don't have any medical equipment with me. I might need to improvise by using, like, I don't have a knife. Let's say I use a piece of glass or something. But I try to make sure I do something to make sure it's clean on the tip or something. You could have me roll an investigation check around to see if I could improvise something nearby to use to tend to their wounds. This is where I would be able to add my expertise to. So something like that. Now this also implies, which I might add. I might add this. Let me see something. There's another one. Anytime you have me roll a medicine check, this applies. Let me do that. I'm aware of that cap. Anytime you have me do a medicine checks always apply this because medicine check by default is medical. So I might add that. Where did I read that at? I read something like that. It's something dealing with perception, but I'll have it with medicine. Keen senses. Elves have what's called keen senses. You have proficiency in the perception skill. Um, you always add double your proficiency bonus to all wisdom, and then parentheses medicine uh, checks. You always add double your proficiency bonus to all wisdom medicine checks. Okay. So yeah. So if I ever roll a medicine check, I add double my proficiency. But anything else, as long as it's related to anything medical, um, yeah. Granted, this falls under this, but I want to state that because people would take that as being like, this is the only thing I would add it to. Let's say another example would be, let's say I have there's a person who's injured, they're about to get like sniped or something. I could do like, you could have me do an acrobatics check or like a dexterity check to kind of, run to them, fling them out of the way or something. That's something where you could argue I would be able to add this to. Obviously, I won't be able to do this to my hit die, damage die, other types of checks. But if it's medical or like helping someone out when it comes to like injury or health, So yeah. Short rest. This is another one that I added myself. I felt like robots obviously don't sleep because my type is a construct. Actually, there is something. What is it? I read it earlier. Is it no? There's actually a different way to word that. I'm going to go ahead and look at it. Maybe it is Gollum in the Monster Manual. I can't remember. Let's see. But it has something to do with the type, which, um, because I'm a construct, I don't have. There's certain things I don't have to do to stay alive, like humans do. Um, where did I read it at? Oh, it's here actually. So it's called constructed nature. A golem doesn't require air, food, drink, or sleep. So actually, I'm gonna do that. I'm actually gonna call it that. So I'm actually gonna type it out just like that. Constructed nature. You don't require require you don't require air, food, drink, or sleep. So yeah. Now I also, which you could argue that definitely, because I imagine you'll probably have it where in the campaign everyone has to eat every now and then and sleep. I don't have to do that. I still made it to where I have to rest because theoretically you could say if I don't have to sleep, I'll never have to take a shorter level rest. But that's actually how D&D resets spell slots and hit points and stuff. And so I have it to where, to balance it out, I still have to rest. I just don't have to actually sleep. And it makes sense where I don't have to rest as long as humanoids have to sleep. So, where's that at? Here we go. Short rest. Now, here's one that I actually made up. I didn't get this or reworded it. This is one I fully made up. Um, while you do not need to sleep, you still need to rest. You know what? I don't like to do not. While you don't need to sleep, you still need to rest. You don't need as much as where's that? You don't need as much rest as your humanoid counterparts though. Whenever you take a short rest, you gain effects as if you took a long rest. Again, Ignis, don't know if you're still listening, but if there's anything here that you're like, actually, I'm not going to allow that. That's too overpowered. Let me know. I will take it out. But I feel like the short rest, pretty much. Let's say we don't have time to take a long rest, but we can take a short rest. For me, that is a long rest because I'm a robot. I'm not humanoid, and I feel like that fits. I try to make sure all of this stuff actually fits. So next is tough metal because I do want to have it where because you said this campaign takes place 1,000 years after your last one. I feel like certain metals either don't exist anymore or they're not used anymore. Honey Bunny Killer, welcome in. How are you doing? Let me give you a shout out. How was your week? Any plans this weekend? And are you streaming right now? Let me see. So I will give you a look. So far it's just Ernie. Oh, you're not streaming right now. I'm assuming you're about to stream though. But thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. I don't know if you play Dungeons and Dragons. I'm actually talking D&D. I'm actually making a race for my next character, which is going to be a robot cleric. I'm going to choose cleric. I'm going to choose specifically the subclass life domain. So I'm going to be the healer of the group. But I want to make my own race, and so that's what I'm doing. And you just went live. All right. I'll pull you up. There we go. All right. I got you alert. Definitely check out Honey Bunny Killer. Cool streamer. She's actually just started her stream playing Inscription. Alright. But yeah, so because of that, I made tough metal. Due to being made from a tough metal that's no longer used or exists, I actually let that up to you, Ignis, because I don't know which way you want to go with that. Or if you'll even allow this feat, but you are resilient. You have advantage on constitution checks and saving throws. You add your proficiency to the saving throws. You can't add proficiency to your checks. Checks are strictly just modifiers based off your score. However, you can add proficiency to anything else. In this case, I could add it to Constitution. So I'm not like tough or anything. I'm still streaming. Yes, Ernie. I got you up. I see you have the pause menu on. Banishers, Ghosts of New Eden. You just unpaused. You're playing again. And just to let you know that I'm still lurking in case you didn't hear me. Still lurking. Alright. But yeah, so I'm not like tough, as in like when it comes to taking damage. I don't have like a lot of hit points. But I figured I wanted something dealing with Constitution. I am a robot. And it's like vehicles, for example. Cars that were made 50 years ago are a lot tougher than cars made today. And I feel like that would kind of affect Sam, logically, or in that way, to where I'm made from an old metal, to where I'm actually pretty tough for a robot, to today's standard. So I feel like that would be pretty cool. Constricted nature, I just added that because I'm a construct. I'm not humanoid. That also means any spells that are cast against humanoids don't affect me. But yeah. Dark vision, I think I talked about that one already. It makes sense that I have dark vision. Being a robot, night vision. It would be weird if I did not have dark vision. I got a lore secret that old metal would work. Ooh, okay. So Ignis, are you okay with this feature then? And I understand if you can't say because it's a spoiler. If you're okay with this feature, I had no longer used or exists because I don't know. If you are okay with this, I don't know which path you want to take. Where? Yep, sweet. Yeah, I didn't know which path you were taking. Where either that metal doesn't even exist anymore because it's been mined to exist doesn't even. Yeah, I just had a brain fart. Anyway, or it does still exist, but they use cheaper metals. You know, so I don't know which way you wanted to go. So that's why I left it like that. And I might actually leave it like that for other people if I do publish it. You know, they could go either way as well. But sweet. Yeah, dark vision makes sense. It wouldn't make sense if I didn't have it. But I also made sure I don't have superior dark vision and I didn't have blind sight because that's too much. Lightning gamble. Here's the one I am going to add. Actually, Ignis, since you're here, I did repo gone bad tonight. Oh, really? You're talking about the repo man, right? You're referring to the carjacking or something. So, but yeah, there were a few things I do want to ask you. I guess I can go ahead and ask you if it ain't a hassle for you. So I've been reading through these golems, and actually let me do this. App crashes. Oh, okay. Well, I'll still say it just in case you're back now. But let's see. I wouldn't do that. I'm not going to do Berserk. That's more combat. I'm not doing that one. I'm just reading some stuff real quick. What's interesting is, actually, I'll go ahead and ask you this, Ignis. I'll go ahead and ask you this. I'll let you dictate this. When I'm looking at these golems, oh, never mind. The clay golem, the dark vision, 60 feet. Flesh is 60 feet. It's the iron and stone golems that's 120 feet, which is the superior dark vision. So never mind. I'll stick with 60. But yeah, so here are the three things I'm going to ask your opinion on for me to add. I was going to add these, but I don't want to overpower my character. But at the same time, they do fit a robot. So all four golems have these three things. They have immutable form, magic resistance, and magic weapons. And I'll read them off to you. You might know magic resistance because Hugs hacked this. And I'll go ahead and read that one. It says the golem has advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects. What's your thoughts on me adding that one? I'll be honest, I actually don't want to add that one because I felt almost like I was metagaming whenever you would hit me with a spell. I would ask you, well, you would hit me with something. I would ask you, is this magical? And then this would force you to, even if you wanted to keep it a secret, you had to answer because I have to know if I roll with advantage or not. So I actually don't want to add this one, but I thought about it. Here's the other two that I'm actually want. So actually, okay, yeah, magic resistance, scratch that. I'm not going to add that one. But here's the other two that I do want to add, but I don't want to overpower my character. But I'll ask you. I would say no to sweet. Okay, I understand. No, that's actually easier for me because like this way I don't have to ask you and then all that. Same as a construct, not a golem. That is true. Here's the other two that I actually do want to add, but I'll let you dictate if I add them or not. Immutable form. And again, you said he's not a golem, and these are golem stuff, but here we go. The golem is immune to any spell or effect that would alter its form. I actually do want to add that one, but if you tell me no, I will not add it. The other one is magic weapons. The golem's weapon attacks are magical. I do want to add that one, but if you tell me no, I will not add it. So again, immutable form. The golem is immune to any spell or effect that would alter its form. And magic weapons. The golem's weapon attacks are magical. So what this means is, let's say I have a sword. I swing at something that is immune to, like a werewolf, immune to bludgeoning, piercing, slashing damage that's not silvered, and it's not magical. However, if I have magic weapons, I would still be able to damage it. The form one I would say makes sense. Okay, alright, sweet. I'll add immutable form. That one definitely. Actually, out of all three of those, if I can only add one, that's the one I would add. Because that one actually definitely makes sense. I do admit the magic weapons could make sense. I would say no. Okay, alright, sweet. So, immutable form only it is. For those of you who are listening, Ignis is my DM here. That's why I'm asking him. He's given me the go to actually make my own race, and I don't want to accidentally overpower it. Okay. Because I've overpowered two of my three characters already. Which is nice, but I actually want to play something kind of normal, and that was also a lot to remember. Sammy's using hands to fight with, yes. To be fair, I don't know yet. By that, I mean he is holding weapons. Maybe. I was thinking he might have like something like a cattle prod that's built into his arm or something. And it's not something that would necessarily I imagine he'll do like only like 1d4 damage or something, but it'll be electrical damage. But it would inflict like the stunned condition or something. And it's more like to defend yourself, not necessarily kill the other person, but to like prevent them from doing more damage to you. You know, he might have something like that. And he would have hands. I mean, I don't know if they would have actually like 5 fingers, you know, but it would be somewhat hands, you know, that I don't know if it would be kind of like what actually Karma wanted Sam to have, where they would actually kind of go out. They're still connected to him, almost like a whip almost, but the end of the whip is a fist. I don't know yet. I'm actually not sure. To be fair, I'm not really focusing much on his weapons because I don't really want to do a lot of. I mean, I'm going to pull my weight in combat, but I'm not really focusing too much on combat. If that makes sense. I would say if he has a built-in weapon, it would be a lightning. Yeah, exactly, like a cattle prod or something, electricity. So, something like that. And I imagine that's something that he'd only use. Like it probably has 5 feet of range. It's nothing. Nothing crazy. So it would be melee. It wouldn't be ranged. And it's something. It's more like something that would give Sam and like someone he's helping a chance to escape while the target's being, you know, stunned or something, you know. Now I imagine when it comes to actually like unarmed strikes, by default I think Sam has to have that. Everyone has that, even if you're weak. So I'm actually gonna treat that as if that's something you can homebrew in his inventory. Like, yeah, that's right, Con. That's how his arm was. Yeah. Maybe I don't know. I'm not really. Like I said, I'm more looking at this as if like for a robot, just how a robot would live compared to a humanoid, like what it requires to simply survive. This obviously, when it comes to the medical side, I do admit this is for, you know, because I imagine, because I doubt, you know, terrorist groups in your campaign care about the Geneva Convention or even know what that is, or if that's even a thing in your campaign. Once they find out that I'm the medic, I'm going to be targeted, which is smart on their end, you know, because if they kill me, the rest of the party can't really be healed as well. So I do want to have some type of tankish feat, which I feel like this is what this would fall under. But I'm not a tank though. So yeah. Let's see. I was gonna look at some other stuff. I'm gonna read this real quick out loud. You don't have to pay attention. This is actually more for me. Depends on the group. Yeah. I'm trying to. I keep forgetting who's who. Like, I already forgot what Karma's character was, and Kitty's character. No, Kitty's was a goblin. Shoot. Artificer? And was Karma a Tabaxi rogue? I can't remember. Genova suggestion? Nah. But they may not want the target Sam to steal its parts. Wait. Did you not mean to say not? From what it sounds like using context clues, I think you meant to say, but they may want to target Sam to steal his parts. I feel like that not was unintentional. Rogue and Artificer. Okay, alright, sweet. So Rogue would be our DPS, dexterity-based class. Artificer would be support, but a little bit of everything. They're intelligence-based. I would be the healer. I'll be wisdom-based. Okay. Well, if Jeff wants to play a tank, that would really help us out. They would avoid hitting Sam to keep his... Oh! No, that makes sense. You did mean to say the not. Because then it would damage his parts. Gotcha. Granted, at the end, if they could pin him down, try to steal his part. Okay, I gotcha. Makes sense. Makes sense. Okay. Alright. Jeff, I don't know if you're still in here, but you should play a tank. I mean, choose whatever racing class you want. Ignis is allowing homebrew. But if you want my suggestion, play a tank. We got our DPS, which is going to be Karma. She's going to be to Dexterity. We got Kitty's playing the Artificer. So it's going to be like our support. But also a little bit of everything. That's our intelligence based. I'm wisdom based. The healer. So if you could be our tank, that'd be awesome. Okay. Here we go. Golems. Golems are made from humble materials, clay, flesh, and bones, iron or stone, but they possess astonishing power and durability. A golem has no ambitions, needs no sustenance, feels no pain, and knows no remorse. An unstoppable juggernaut exists to follow its creator's orders and protects or attacks as that creator demands. To create a golem, one requires a manual of golems, see the Dungeon Master's Guide. The comprehensive illustrations and instructions in a manual detail the process for creating a golem of a particular type. Okay. And again, I know Sam is not a golem, but I wanted to read through this because this is where I actually got the constructed nature. I'm just wondering if there's any other cool things I'm like, ooh, that actually makes sense. Elemental spirit in material form. Sam. The construction of a golem begins with the building of its body, requiring great command of the craft of sculpting, stone cutting, iron working, or surgery. Sometimes a golem's creator is the master of the art, but often the individual who desires a golem must enlist master artisans to do the work. After constructing the body from clay, flesh, iron, or stone, the golem's creator infuses it with a spirit from the elemental plane of earth. You could argue Sifo was trying to create a golem. But I'm not mean or evil or tough or strong. This tiny spark of life has no memory, personality, or history. It is simply the impetus to move and obey. This process binds the spirit to the artificial body and subjects it to the will of the golem's creator. Ageless guardians. Golems can guard sacred sites, tombs, and treasure vaults long after the deaths of their creators, carrying out their appointed task for all eternity while brushing off physical damage and ignoring all but the most potent spells. A golem's... Oh, a typo here. A golems can be... Okay. I think this is like... So far I found one typo in the player's handbook, and now I found one in the monster manual. A golems can be created with a special amulet or other item that allows the possessor of the item to control the golem. Golems whose creators are long dead can thus be harnessed to serve a new master. Blind obedience. Oh, gonna have to go, but if you're still on when I get home, I'll pull you back up. I got you, Ignis. Hey, man, thanks for coming in. Appreciate the advice, and you take it easy. Definitely check out Ignis, y'all. Again, if you like D&D /DM stuff, That's what he is. He's a VTuber, specifically a volley. And yeah. Hyper Knight Raven, welcome in. Feather from the feather, first and second hour of hydrate. Tolls at the bell from atop your chamber door, quaff the Raven evermore. I appreciate that, Raven. Was I lurking you earlier? Let me see. I'm looking for so many people. You know, I'm just one. I was. Or did you just start up again? Huh. You know what? I'm gonna look from you from here. Raven. Lurk. Oh wow. Ads are playing. Okay. I'm gonna do a stream check since I'm here. Got Raven pulled up who's streaming Fallout 4. Ernie is still streaming. Banisher's Ghost of New Eden. Honey Bunny Killer is streaming Inscription. Let's see. Just see if there's anyone else that I should be lurking for. I'm gonna do it while ads are playing. Honey Bunny Killer, Hyper Knight Raven, Ernie Crawford. Ow. That's it. Alright. Okay. Blind Obedience. When his creator or possessor is on hand to command it, a golem performs flawlessly. If the golem is left without instructions or is incapacitated, it continues to follow its last orders to the best of its ability. When it can't fulfill its orders, a golem might react violently, or stand and do nothing. A golem that has been given conflicting orders sometimes alternates between them. A golem can't think or act for itself, though it understands its commands perfectly. It has no grasp of language beyond that understanding and can't be reasoned with or tricked with words. Constructed nature. A golem doesn't require air, food, drink, or sleep. Okay, so it's really just constructed nature that I want to pull. Okay. I gotcha. Very nice. Alright. Here we go. So I would say these two cancel no, they don't. That's two actually. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The lightning game ball is going to cancel itself out. Oh, let's see. Let's see. So I need to add. Oh yeah, immutable form. That's right. Let me go ahead and type that one in. Immutable form. You are immune to any spell or effect. Okay. You are immune to any spell or effect. Hyper Knight, glory to Adam. Oh, Ernie, you know Hyper Knight Raven? I keep forgetting that, like, a lot of my viewers, also fellow streamers, know each other too. It is really cool. Are you taking another break, Ernie? Gotcha. Ow. Okay. You are immune to any spell or effect. That would alter your form. That would alter your form. There we go. Yeah, I'm on to the periods. Okay. Yes, she's met me from you, I think. Oh, really? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, let's see. I've known Hyper Knight Raven. Man, it's been a while now. Granted, I met you just recently. I got you. No, cool. Yeah, to be fair, there's a lot of people that I'm like, I know it's been like a year now, but I forgot how we met. And then there's some people like I'll be lurking for someone else, and I'll see another person that I know chatting in their stream. I'm like, oh, I didn't know they know this person. Actually, earlier today, It's Not Bill Murray was chatting in Nick Nito's stream, and I'm like, I didn't know they know each other. That's cool, you know. Either I introduced them to each other, or they actually always knew each other, and that's how I got to know them, you know. So, but yeah, that is really cool. Um, but yeah, I really like medical cunning because being, well, not an exciting night. Oh yeah, stay. Is it pretty boring for you pulling an overnight shift? No, driving, doing like U-turns really fast. Um, but no, I really like medical cunning because like that'll really help me with what I want to do. And just being a healer. Short rest, I think makes sense because actually no, we'll start. Okay, we'll start here. Actually, no. We'll do these. Ability score increase. Your intelligence score increases by 2. That makes sense because my base race will be robot. And your wisdom score increases by 1. That makes sense if I did a sub race of healer or medic. Field medic, I should say. When fire truck responded, no lights on sirens. Oh, so it was more like a welfare check or something, not like a fire to actually rush to. Um, Age. Adulthood is irrelevant due to your being a robot. If you are maintained, you exist forever. Makes sense. It's like a car. Um, you're the chillest person I met, Dullblend. Oh, I appreciate that. I mean, I don't really see a reason not to be chill, honestly. But thank you. I appreciate that. And if you don't mind my asking, why do you say that? Like, is it my personality? Is it how I talk? Is it, I don't know, body language, gestures, facial expressions? Definitely let me know. You're definitely not the first person to say that. Um, but but why you say that? But I appreciate it. Thank you. Um, let's see. That would make sense because theoretically, you could take a car that's 100 years old if you maintain it. Like, let's say you do wreck it, but you fix it back up, it'll still run and it'll still exist. Size, I went basic, 6 feet tall, medium. Medium, I think, is 4 to 8 feet tall, so 6 is right in the middle. Speed, your base walking speed is 30 feet, so another one I just went pretty basic. Languages, speak, read, and write common, everyone can do that. Obviously, I speak English, so common for me will be English. You're the first person to ever make me feel like I'm welcome and a part of the community. Oh, ever. Really? Well, I'm definitely honored to hear that. I mean, it's weird. I don't even like saying it's my community. We're all part of the same community. It ain't like y'all are my community, But, no, I mean, I definitely welcome anyone. I'm not going to say I agree with all views or anything, but, like, even if we disagree when it comes to politics or religion, you're definitely welcome in. I'm not going to, like, ban you or belittle you. Now, if you start talking bad, like you start cussing in my stream, which I don't think you can. I have those words banned. But if you start harassing people in my stream, yeah, I'll ban you for that. But no, you're definitely welcome. I am sad to hear though that I'm the only one who's ever done that to you though. That is sad. Have you do you watch a lot of other streamers or? Because if so, that is pretty sad. Because it's sad to hear that I'm the only one that does that. I mean, I feel like everyone should do that, but at the same time, it is their stream. If they don't want to be like, I actually do know someone who Part of my language, but he's a dick. He's mean. And so I do know streamers that actually don't do that. You come in. I remember once some person came in, like, "Hey, I like your avatar." He not only criticized their username, but made fun of it. And they didn't respond after that. And I'm like, dang, man. I think I unfollowed him. So I definitely understand that there's some people that do that. Well, your cozy stream, I'm comfortable here. I do, and they never include me in any conversation ever. They make fun of. Why do they make fun of you? I mean, why, well, to be fair, I just talked about someone making fun of someone else's username. So I changed my name from Ernesto to Ernie. Wait, did they make fun of you because your name was Ernesto? Like your username? Wow. Okay. Because I. Don't get me wrong, there are some usernames that are funny. But I wouldn't make fun of you for it. I would definitely be like, hey, man, I like your username. You know, I got a kick out of it. But I'm not going to be like, ha ha, you're stupid, nothing like that. I mean, my name is Dullblend. So, I mean, even if I wanted to, I have nowhere to stand on that. But Ernie, I'm sorry to hear that. That's messed up. Um, well, don't worry. Even if you were still Ernesto, I would not make fun of your name. Actually, I don't really find that name to be funny anyway. It's just a normal name to me. Okay. But yes, either way, you're definitely welcome here. I'm glad that I guess, you know, provided a cool stream for you to, chill and hang out with. You have a cool name to me. To be honest, Ernie, I love my name. I love Dullblend. Like, I actually even have a story about how I got that name too. I love it. All right. But again, so I'll go from the top. Oh no, I already did that one. Languages. Common makes sense. Dwarven? Is it Dwarven? Or is it Dwarvish? Because I'm a construct, and dwarves are known to be the engineers of D&D, I feel like me knowing Dwarven is just by default. Like, that has to happen. Dwarvish. Let me change that. It is not Dwarven, it's Dwarvish. Okay. Ow. Oh. Also, I took this one from the Golems, actually, where it says you also understand the languages of your creator but can't speak. And here's where we go into the extra stuff. So, damage immunities. Poison and necrotic. Makes sense because I'm not a humanoid. I don't have flesh that will decay, and I don't have internal organs that can be poisoned. Condition immunities. Disease. I'm not a humanoid. And poisoned, I don't have internal organs that can be messed up. Medical cunning. I think will fit very well with simply my purpose whenever I was created, to be pretty much a field medic robot. Short rest. I'm a robot, so this makes sense. Actually, what I need to do... Actually, okay. I'm going to cut that one and paste it here. So, constricted nature. You don't require air, food, drink, or sleep. I'm a robot. That makes sense now, because the next one's tough. No. Actually, wait. No. Let me cut. I need to put it between these two. That's what I meant. There we go. Because then it talks about the short rest, because I'm a robot. I don't need sleep like a humanoid. While you don't need to sleep, you still need to rest. You don't need as much rest as your humanoid counterparts, though. Whenever you take a short rest, you gain effects as if you took benefits, not effects. There we go. Not a benefits. Benefits as if you took a long rest. There we go. Okay. Nick Nito, appreciate the lurk. Hope you're doing well. Hope your week was well, and hope you have an awesome weekend. Definitely check out Nick Nito. He's one of the people that I played Lethal Company with. Awesome streamer. good friend of King Zavarel, who's just an amazing streamer. Actually, I'll shout out King as well. So King Zavarel ain't here, but I'm gonna shout him out as well. Um, awesome streamer. Again, I owe him some stuff. He's helped me do a lot of stuff. Like when I first started out on Twitch, his raid alone got me 3 achievements. So I owe him a lot. He doesn't realize this, but I owe him a lot. And I'll shout out his he has a moderator known as Campboy, who's also awesome. So if you like seeing awesome content, definitely check out Nick Nito, King Zavarel, Campboy. Um, they usually play and stream together. Awesome bunch of dudes. Every year in December, around King Zavarel's birthday, he holds an event called Chosen Ones. I've been honored enough to, or lucky enough to be part of it twice. I'll follow him. Oh, I appreciate that, Ernie. Um, and I played Chosen Ones. It was me, Camp Boy, Can't Stop the. Oh, let me shout Can't Stop the Raj. I shouted him out earlier, but another awesome streamer. Actually, Ernie, if you know, okay, Ernie, you say how I made you feel welcome, which is awesome. If you want to feel that same way, follow Nick Nito, King Zavarel, Camp Boy, and Can't Stop the Raj. They'll definitely, if you like my style, you'll love their styles too. They'll probably make you feel more welcome than I do. Camp Boy doesn't stream that much, and I remember hearing him say he might not stream anymore. He'll just stick with being a moderator for King and some other people. But Nick Nito streams quite a bit, so does King Zavarel. Can't Stop the Raj streams quite a bit, and he actually does a lot of speed runs and challenge runs for older games. So, yeah, Ernie, if you like this welcoming, persona, definitely check out Nick Nito, King Zavarel, Camp Boy, and Can't Stop the Raj. A heads up, Nick Nito, King, and Camp aren't as, I would say, family friendly as me. As in, like, there's, vulgarity in their streams. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just not that way. So, just a heads up. Because there are some people that like me because I don't cuss. Just a heads up, they do. But awesome streamers. I'm gonna do a stream check real quick here to see if they're streaming. If so, I will give them a lurk. Which I think I was actually lurking one of them anyway already. Let's see. King is streaming. Nick is streaming. Okay, we got King and Nick both streaming. That is awesome. Okay. I actually don't remember if I already said this or not. And then Nick. Work. Alright. King Zavarel is streaming Expedition Zero. And Nick Nito is streaming Enshrouded. I know Enshrouded and Helldivers 2 are like big games right now to play and watch and stream. Alright. Tough metal. Due to be made from a tough metal that is no longer used or exists, you are resilient. You have advantage on constitution checks and saving throws. You add your proficiency to the saving throws. Okay. Granted, to be fair, Ignis told me something that might negate this. Because I won't really be targeted because I'm important. They don't want to damage, parts of me. But I'm still going to have it. I really like that. Pretty much if I have to ever do a constitution check or saving throw, I get the roll with advantage, and I could add my proficiency to my saving throws. Dark vision. This one again makes sense. I'm a robot. This will be my night vision. So, lightning gamble. I need to type that one out. Immutable form. Actually, you know what? What I'll do is cut that one. I'll put it here. Immutable form. You are immune to any spell or effect that would alter your form. I like that. Okay, now I need to actually type out the lightning gamble. I really liked it. This is a lot for me to remember, but I actually really like this one. So lightning gamble. When taking lightning damage, roll a die. Any die. You can either... Okay, how about this? If you roll an even number or above half, you gain lightning absorption. That's what it's called. And that one, I'm going to type out how they have it typed. Let's see. I just realized I don't really need all. Okay. Let's see. Golem. There we go. So whenever you are subjected to lightning, there we go. Whenever you are subjected to lightning damage, there we go. If you roll an even number or above half, you gain lightning absorption. If you roll an odd number or below half, ow, ow, ow. Sorry. Okay. If you roll an odd number or below half, you gain lightning vulnerability. Okay. Let's see. Lightning absorption is... Well, okay. So actually, I'm not going to explain all that. So pretty much lightning absorption is this. Whenever the golem is subjected to lightning damage, it takes no damage and instead regains the number of hit points equal to the lightning damage dealt. However, lightning vulnerability is simply where I take double damage. So let's say my character here gets struck with 20 lightning damage. I'll roll a d20. Let's say I rolled an 8. Actually no, we'll do a 12. Let's say I rolled a 12. So this would be, if I went with 12, it would be good either way because it's both even and it's above half. If I went with 8, then I have to specify if I'm doing even or above half. Because 8 is even, but it's below half, which is the bad one. Let's say we're doing above half and below half. So if I rolled a 12, that's above half, I will get lightning absorption. What that means is, let's say he did 20 lightning damage. I follows in. I appreciate that, Ernie. Thank you. And just to let you know, Ernie, you didn't have to follow him if you didn't want to. Like I wasn't trying to push you if you felt like that. But for example, like I usually raid out at the end of my streams. I never, have obligations. I'm like, you don't have to do any of that. And Ernie, I am in your stream. I see that. I'm just also streaming myself, so. But no, Ernie, I am there too. Ernie also. Oh no, you're on your Xbox. Never mind. I don't know if you could see on Xbox, Ernie. Can you see your mod manager? Because that actually lets you know who's actually viewing you. No, it's fine. I want to support the people you shoot out or shout out to help them out. Well, I appreciate that, Ernie. Yeah, again, if I say you should do this, you don't have to. There's an obligation. I'm not going to push anyone to do anything. But like I said, if you like good communities, definitely check them out. Um, but yeah, let's see. But no, Ernie, I am still in your. I do see your stream. I am there. I just realized you're like anyone here. Feather, Dullblend, Matsky. I am there. I have you tabbed up though, because I do have my monitor on my stream to like help monitor it. Which actually, we'll do this. I'm gonna do mod view. That's what it's called, mod view. So I have stream manager pulled up, and I have mod view pulled up. Wait, I can see who's watching me. I don't know if you can on Xbox, Ernie. I know on PC you can. So like right now, um, Allie. So here are people that I know: Allie and Ranger. Consistent Chaos. That's cool. They pull them up to see if they are streaming. If so, they're not streaming. Okay. Um, I see that you're viewing me, Ernie Crawford. Headbands. Okay, let me check out headband. Honey Bunny Killer. Yep. Um, let me give Head a lurk because I realize he's viewing me. Some people view, but they won't even let you know they're there. You'll only see them there through the mod view. Honey Bunny Killer. Iron Man Duck. Magneto. State Police Patrol. The Kuroshin. Tuckifer. And I don't think State's streaming. No, State's on overnight shift right now. Yep, Tuck's not streaming. Kuro's not streaming. Okay, sweet. I is back. Welcome back, Ignis. Wait, so I can't spy on someone's stream to see what they're doing. They will know. If they have mod view up, yes. Granted, you have to refresh it. I don't think it updates automatically. So like right now, if someone left, I wouldn't see it unless I refreshed it. And if I remembered like who was here. But no, I can actually tell you who's viewing me right now. Now to be fair, it's a little wonky because it's saying I only have 7 viewers. But I'm looking at like, what was that, 30 different names? Which I know a lot of them are like bots that just go around Twitch viewing people, I guess. As long as you're not the one who set up those bots, you won't get in trouble for them viewing you. If you set them up and you have like bots viewing you on purpose, that's when you can get in trouble. So, for example, 00 underscore Alia, and there's another one of 00 underscore Alyssa. I'm pretty sure those are bots. They're not actual streamers or viewers. But I don't have to ban them, and I won't get in trouble for not banning them because I'm not the one who set them up, and I'm not the one who got them to, view me. However, on Xbox, I don't think you can do that, Ernie. But I don't know. I don't know how Twitch is on console. Welcome back, Ignis. Yeah, Ignis, I'm actually writing out the lightning gamble. So pretty much, again, whenever you are subjected to lightning damage, roll any die. If you roll an even number or above half, you gain lightning absorption, which is pretty much where if you gave me 20 lightning damage, I actually get healed for 20 hit points. If you're an odd number or below half, you gain lightning vulnerability. So if you did 20 lightning damage, I actually take 40 lightning damage. There is one more thing I want to type out. You must dictate if you are rolling based off of even, odd, or above, below half, before your roll. And actually, pull up the handbook. There's a lot of stuff like that where you can do certain things after your roll, but before you know the outcome. However, you already know what you're rolling for, so this one you have to do before the roll. What would it be? What? I want to get affiliated. Should I get my debit card first, then try to get affiliated, or what do you mean by debit card, Ernie? Affiliated is simply where you can now play ads on your channel and you have access to bits and channel points. Like, I'm not sure exactly what you're asking, Ernie. Anyway, so I feel like halflings are lucky. I'm trying to think of something where you can do something before you know, or you can do something after the roll, but before the outcome. I'm trying to remember something to read off of because I'll probably type it verbatim. You can get paid either through deposit or Amazon card, I think. Oh, is that what he's asking, Ignis? Wait, I was being held hostage by ads. Can you tell me again? Sorry. Oh, no, Ernie, you're good. No, Ernie, I was asking what exactly are you asking? But are you asking how would you get paid? Ignis here, if that's what you're asking, Ignis answered. He said you can get paid either through deposit or Amazon card, I think. Bardic Inspiration. Yes. Oh, you're actually get. Oh, you're right. Yeah. Duh. How did I forget about that? The creature can wait until after it rolls the d20 before deciding to use the Bardic Inspiration die, but must decide before the DM says whether the roll succeeds or fails. That is what I'm talking about, but it's not worded. There's other stuff that's worded a little better. I'm saying, like, how would I be affiliated if I don't have a debit card at the moment? Should I get one before they make me eligible for affiliate? Do you have a bank account? I know for me it's a direct deposit. That's what I'm asking, or just one, just in case they let me be affiliated. Flash of Genius. Oh, Flash of Genius. Is that a spell or a feature of a class? I think that's a spell. Let me see. It's not a spell. Flash of Genius. What would that be? Alright, let me go through all the classes. I have a Wells Fargo, so I'm good then. If that's a bank account, then yes. You would just use that bank account. So what you'll need is your account number and your routing number. And you'll get direct deposit there. Paladin? What? There's no way it's a paladin. Did I really forget? No, not a paladin. The heck? Artificer. That's why I can't think of it. It's Artificer. Ugh. See, once you're talking about stuff that only Artificers or Bloodhunters have, I have no clue. At 7th level, you gain the ability to come up with solutions under pressure. When you or another creature you can see within 30 feet of you makes an ability check or a saving throw, you can use your reaction to add your intelligence modifier to the roll. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your intelligence modifier, minimum of once. You regain all experience. That one didn't word it. But I think because I didn't go off of D&D Beyond. Let me try that. Okay, so I don't need the debit. Can I just ask my bank for the info? Yes, Ernie. Yeah. Actually, you should have access to that information anyway. Yeah, you don't need a debit card. That's what I'm genuinely curious about. I don't need the debit card. You don't need the debit card. And unless that's what an Amazon card is, I don't think you can do it on a debit card anyway. Now, if you have a debit card that's linked to your bank account, then you have it already, but they'll do direct deposit to your account. All your debit card is just access to your account. And it doesn't build credit like a credit card. Which credit card builds credit, but you're using money you don't have yet or at all. And it's assuming you're going to pay it back, including the interest on time. But yes, you do not need the debit card. Okay, so let me game rules artificer. Nope, I was right. Hmm. No, Ernie, sorry. I was kind of going off on a tangent. You don't need a card at all. If you choose direct deposit, which I believe is probably the way that most streamers do it, I do that myself. All you need is your bank account number and your bank routing number. That's all you need. You don't need a debit or credit card. Sorry, I didn't mean to continue with that. All right, let me read Rogue, 'cause I feel like Rogue had some stuff. Let's see. So I'm trying to find something. It's worded like this. Oh, okay, perfect. Thanks, appreciate it. You're welcome, Ernie. It's worded like this, where you can use it after the roll, but before the outcome. Actually, I might just type that in. I'm just being too player's handbooky with this. Actually, I'll just Google that phrase, see what pops up. You can add it after the roll, but before the outcome. D&D. Cutting words. Alright. I think that's a spell. If I can find it. That's a spell that I don't have. Okay, shield. Let's do shield. That looks like another one. Okay. Nope, that does not have that worded. Man, how the heck? Oh, someone just actually said that. The shield actually isn't it. So, okay, someone. Combat inspiration. Bard subclasses. Okay. Okay. College of Valor, one of the subclasses for Bard. Also at 3rd level, you learn to inspire others in battle. A creature that has a Bardic Inspiration die from you can roll that die and add the number rolled to a weapon damage roll it just made. Alternatively, when an attack roll is made against the creature, it can use this reaction to roll the Bardic Inspiration die and add the number rolled to its AC against that attack. After seeing the roll, but before knowing whether it hits or misses. That's still not the way I... Oh my god. This is, Okay, I'm gonna stop here. I feel like I'm focusing too much on the wording of it. Oh, okay. Luck feat. Sorry, I had one more tab open. I'm gonna look at that one. And if this ain't it, I'm just gonna type it out something. The luck feat. Do I not? Oh my god, where's it at? Where's feet? 165, 170. I knew I've already read that. You'd think I've read and looked through this so much I'd have certain pages memorized. Nope. Lucky. There we go. Alright. Making burger. Ooh, what kind of burger? Booger. Man, I want to grill again so bad. Ow. Lucky. You have inexplicable luck that seems to kick in at just the right moment. This is a feat, by the way, you can choose. Instead of choosing an ability score to go up by 2 or 2 to go by 1, you can choose a feat. You have 3 luck points. Whenever you make an attack roll, an ability check, or a saving throw, you can spend 1 luck point to roll an additional d20. You can choose to spend one of your luck points after you roll the die, but before the outcome is determined. That's what I was looking for. There we go. Detect is not a good word. You must... We'll say voice for now, but that's not what I'm thinking of. I didn't even need to look up any of that because this is before the roll. Not detect. Dictate. Oh my god. I really said detect, didn't I? You must dictate if you are rolling based off of even, odd, or below half before your roll. Yeah, because let's say I roll an 8. And I'm like, or let's say I roll an 8. If I was going off of even, odd, I did good. If I was going off of above or below half, I did bad. I could roll the 8 and be like, oh, I was going off of even. Yeah, you know. So I have to dictate that before I roll. Okay. Now, the frightened condition. This one I imagine is going to be similar to your Avali perception roll. But you know what? I'll pull that up. I'll just look at your character. Because, I mean, it's not going to be exactly like that, but similar. Yep. Even though it says advantage, it's actually expertise or double proficiency. So, whenever you make a wisdom perception check that relies on hearing, you're considered proficient in the perception skill and add double your proficiency bonus to the check. Keen ears. However, the other one is disadvantage. You have disadvantage on all wisdom perception checks involving sight. Nearsighted. Cool. So for frightened, uh, I'll do frightened. Um, let's see. This one I'll need to look at. I don't know why I put that back in my lap. The DM board for this. Frightened. A frightened creature has disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the source of its fear is within line of sight. The creature can't willingly move closer to the source of its fear. You know what? I'm not going to add that. I still think I want to play another Volley character at some point. Oh yeah, Ignis. Sounds like a Volley's your favorite, like avatar race type of character. I'm thinking though. I'm not going to add the frightened. I feel like it's too much. I do want to add the water condition though, because there's not really water damage. Now what I was probably going to do is that water pretty much is levels of exhaustion. I might be a tad bit obsessed. Oh yeah, Ignis. Okay. We'll do this. Water exhaustion. We'll do that. Now I just got another idea, but I don't want to. I don't want to over. Actually, no. This wouldn't overpower him. This would actually hurt him. But I don't want to add too much. Let me type something in. So okay. So. Hmm. Blinded. Deafened. Blinded, deafened. I'm thinking. I'm thinking. Paralyzed. What's interesting is I have immutable form, right? I am immune to any spell or fate that would alter your form. However, one of the conditions is petrified. I feel like I could still be petrified because it's not actually altering your form; you're just turned to stone. So I feel like I'm already halfway there, so it would happen. Plus, it ain't like it's changing me into a frog; it's just turning me into stone. So my form's not being altered; just I guess my makeup, if you will. Think about water. Because water will definitely. I'd argue water will hurt me more, worse than lightning. Lightning's hit or miss. Water, though, is just straight up bad. Let's see. Blinded. Charm will be a no. Deafened. Frown will be a no. Grapple will be a no. Incapacitated actually will be a no. Okay. I'm thinking here. I'm thinking. Blinded. Deafened. Paralyzed. Stunned. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Alright, we're going to do positive, negative. I want at least 4 positives. I can go beyond that, but I have to counter them with a negative. We start here, because every race has these 5. Ability score increase, age, size, speed, language. After this is where it becomes. So, 1 positive, 2 positive, 3 positive, 4 positive, 5, 6, 7, dear God, 8. Lightning cancels itself out because it's both positive or negative. Yeah, so we don't have to count that one. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this water exhaustion will just simply counter one of those. I don't want too much. But you could argue at the same time that's going off of a race stat block, not a monster stat block. So in that case, you actually wouldn't count this or this, and actually dark vision I need to put up there. I'm stopping my stream. I need to download a game Dullblend. All right, Ernie. Yep, I see where you're not stream. No, yeah, you just went off live. Okay, I see it. Okay, Ernie. I'll click out. No worries. Thanks for letting me know. I'll be back on a little later. I got you, Ernie. I'm actually probably going to end my stream here pretty soon. But Ignis, are you streaming tonight? So, actually, wait a minute. So, actually, no. It's that one. Constructed nature. That actually, let me cut that, would go here. Actually, wait. Yeah, we'll do that. Constructed nature. Damage immunities. What actually, we'll do damaging condition. We will cut those. Do that. Senses and then language. Alright, so the dark vision. Cut. There we go. So actually, if you go off of that, really I just have these. 1, 2, 3, 4. This one cancels itself out. 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's a negative. Friday is an off day most of the time. I got you, Ignis. Happy weekend though, Dullblend, regardless of when you get off. I appreciate it, Ernie. Hopefully, you have a good weekend as well. If you have any plans, hopefully they're good. You could just hand wave the water stuff as Sam is not completely electronical. I could. Um, it's weird. If we're going off of like a race, not a monster, then I would have to count. Actually, you know what? That'll be first and foremost, actually. So yeah, let's do that. That one. Pretty much, if we're going off a race, I wouldn't count those. All these I would count. However, if I'm going off a monster, it would actually be, it would stop here. These are the ones I would count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 of them. Lightning Gamble cancels itself out, so there's 5. Then water exhaustion is a negative. So with that logic, I could actually add one more positive one, but I really don't want to. You can hand wave the water stuff the same as I completely electronical. I could, but I feel like because water's not really a damage, but something bad's gonna happen with water. Um, but if I did just do these, that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Positive, 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 positive. Or this one actually cancels stuff out because it's both positive and negative. This would be a negative. So, I could do that, Ignis. I could. I might get rid of immutable form. Because I could argue, theoretically, you couldn't change his form. But then, it is the tree spirit. I'm going to get rid of that one. Okay, that makes it a little easier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Really, it's 8 because not counting that one. And then you could argue 7 because we do have one negative, so 7 positives. But only the soul is the spirit, not the body. True. True. Dang, this is such a good list. Like, if I had to get rid of one of these, I don't know which one I'd get rid of. And you're right, it alters your form. So, Alpha Aurora, appreciate the lurk. Hope you're doing well. Hope your week was well. And I hope you have an awesome weekend. Let me see if you are streaming. You are not. Okay. Um, I'm gonna stick with get rid of that. Because you could argue, you're welcome, Alpha Aurora. You could argue, which, spoiler alert, his form has already been altered, so it's possible. In a sense. So yeah, I'm gonna get rid of that one. I really do want to add to water exhaustion. Nope, it's kid's birthday, so I lurky. Ah, well, happy birthday to your kid. Um, Hope you have a good birthday for him. Water exhaustion does change shape, affect metal and stone. Let me see. Is that actually the name of the spell, change shape? I'm assuming it's the spell you're talking about. Oh, well, it's not in the player's handbook. Google shape change. Is that what it's called? Oh, shape change. Okay. Oh. Um. Okay. So I didn't even read the metal part or anything, but yeah, if you're a construct, you're simply immune to it. So okay, it fits. I'd argue the form hasn't been altered, just the soul's been moved. That is true, Ignis. With a little magic from my boyfriend and her dad, and my sister, she's having a good one. Nice, Roar. Polymorph, maybe? Ads. Okay, I got you. Roar. Polymorph. Let me try that one. Oh. Okay. So from what it seems like, maybe. Welcome back, Roar. Yeah, I don't know if you heard me. I was saying, it's awesome. Your boyfriend, her dad, my sister, she is having a good one. Very nice. But yeah, you don't have to answer, but how old is she? And Ignis, from what it seems like, polymorph might actually affect him. Shape change would not because he's a construct, but polymorph could. So I'm gonna do some googling here. Oh, wait. Okay, now maybe I did misread something, and now I'm googling how even polymorph won't work on a construct. Okay. Um. Okay. Well, actually, according to the player's handbook, it doesn't say what Google's saying. Oh no, that's shape change, not polymorph. Okay. From what it sounds like, polymorph. Uh, I mean, if I have immutable form, okay. Shape change would not work on him even if I removed immutable form because I'm a construct. However, polymorph would work on me if I do remove this. If I keep it, even polymorph wouldn't work. So, she turned 11. Ooh, nice, Roar. You all doing anything like special for her birthday? Or can always get rid of short rest. Phones do need to charge. That is true. Thought about that one too. Because here's the thing. I thought, well, it's weird because like I could get rid of constructed nature, but that actually fits. I could get rid of damage immunities and condition immunities, but those fit. I could get rid of dark vision, but that fits. I could get rid of medical cunning, but not only that fits, that's probably one of my favorite ones because that fits Sam specifically what he was built for. Short rest I could get rid of, but it fits. Tough metal I could get rid of, but it fits. Immutable form I could get rid of, but it fits. Lightning gamble I could get rid of, but it, oh my god. Um, the answer is no, Ignis. He's not a transformer. Like my druid shape change idea. No. He's not a transformer. He's not a terminator. He's not a druid. So, I guess that's would definitely keep your point of keeping that. Or what I could do is just keep all this. What's your oh, I clipped Mike the quad singing happy birthday to her on his stream earlier, so she's just a happy little girl today. Nice, Roar. That's cool. Really nice. I bet that made her night. I don't really have transportation of my own, but with her dad and my boyfriend sending me money and my sister loaning me her car for a couple hours, I was able to take her to Walmart to pick out some of the toys she really wanted and order her some Mal toy she wanted, and her cousins staying the night, and they were going to watch movies, and she got to skip school. Very nice. That's awesome when you get to skip school on your birthday. Very nice. So Roar, I noticed you said your boyfriend and her dad. Are they getting along, or are they actually like not even aware? Because whenever you mention them, it seems like they're together. Not like in a relationship together, but like they're both there with your daughter and they're getting along. King Zavarel, welcome in. Dullblend chatting? Sign my butt up. Yes, I am chatting. I'm actually chatting D&D. I'm actually working on a race that I'm building myself for my next D&D character. Ignis Aurora, he's also in the chat, is doing another campaign. I'm going to be playing a robot cleric. His name is Sam, which stands for Sentient Autonomous Machine. And I'm trying to not overpower him, and I'm trying to make sure I add stuff that actually fits for a robot. But welcome in, King. How you doing? Did an Ernie Crawford follow you earlier? Besides D&D, have you played any other TTRPGs? I have not. I've heard D&D, as awesome as it is, it's not the best one. There's a few others I've heard that I've been wanting to try out as well. But if I'm being honest, I love D&D. Yes, they did actually. Nice. I have not. Yeah, I haven't either. I'm willing to try them, but I want to really like learn D&D before I move to anything else. Which, King, I know you've actually played a few, because I think you invited me to actually play with you, which sadly I had to decline. Then there's a few that I've watched, or at least like listened to. Her dad doesn't know about my boyfriend. He is over in another state, and her dad's in another state as well. And while I don't know if they would get along, but to be honest, after the crap I went through being married to her dad, I don't know how my boyfriend will react. I am divorced, have been since 2018. Gotcha, Roar. I gotcha. Okay. Now I only say that because whenever you mentioned, her dad and your boyfriend, you mentioned them in the same sentence, and I got the assumption that they were both there at the same time with your daughter. Okay, so they're both in different states. Okay. I'm a big fan of Call of Cthulhu, but also love a few other ones as well. That might be the one. I'm trying to remember. You played one. Maybe it was Call of Cthulhu. What's your thoughts on D&D? I know D&D is like the big one everyone knows. It's the basic one. I know some people have been telling me about Wizards of the Coast, how they haven't been really nice to their fan base, and so a lot of people kind of went to other games and left D&D. But that is really cool. Now I was talking about you earlier. Ernie was saying how I'm a really just down to earth streamer. That I am very welcoming. And I was like, oh, in that case, you should check out King Zavarel, Nick Nito, Can't Boy, and Can't Stop the Raj. Oh, I should have mentioned I'm Strudel. He's another good one. Yeah, both in different states. I've been doing this single parent thing for a long time. That's how my mom was. Single the whole time. She did marry a guy when I was young. That's how my sister has a different dad. But yeah. Yeah, Wizards of the Coast is the reason I make sure my campaigns are 90% homebrew. Oh, I feel like that was a jab at me. I gotcha. I gotcha. Alright. Let me type out the water exhaustion thing. I can never get into D&D, but I absolutely respect it. Thank you very much for the recommendation. It means a lot, brother. No, you're welcome, King. I'm also down in the future to play some more Lethal Company with y'all because I really enjoyed it. Again, I probably won't stream it, but I'm definitely down to play. I actually played with some other people earlier this week. The mods they had on, it was too easy. They had a mod where we started with 1,000 credits. Hall fam, if you're in here, I'm sorry, but they had a mod that started with 1,000 credits. They had the minimap mod, so you can see monsters where they're at, if there's items there, if it's a dead end, which I think the minimap alone takes away half of the game. Because half the game is not knowing on the other side of the steam if it's a dead end, if there's no items in this loot room you're about to hit, if there's a monster right behind you, stuff like that. They had it where you could carry multiple two-handed items, so you could have 4 two-handed items. They had like increased stamina on, so you can run really fast, and it slowly depletes, and it quickly, you regain it. Stuff like that, and so the game, it was still fun playing with them, but it was too easy. Even though I still died a few times because I'm not that great at the game, but yeah. But I enjoyed playing with y'all. Like, oh, also they use Discord to chat. So yeah, and they just mute themselves in the game, so eyeless dogs will never hear you. So yeah, it I didn't really feel like playing lethal, or didn't feel like playing lethal. But no, the way y'all play, I love it. Like y'all play the way I play. Um, if we weren't using D&D Beyond, I'd push us to move to another rule set. Gotcha. Damn, yeah, Nick and I love the challenge, dude. Yeah, I really enjoy playing with y'all. If I'm not being if I'm not being traumatized, I'm not enjoying Lethal Company. That is true. That is true. And so, yeah. There's some mods, like the Minimap mod actually is amazing. But I will not play with it because it just changes the game. Makes it too easy. So. Then there's a lot of quality of life mods that I do like they didn't have. For example, I love the one where you can scan and it scans automatically. You just click and hold. They didn't have that. I hate having to constantly click. Yeah, I love a good proximity chat, and I'm sure we would all be up to get you back on with us. Nice. That would be awesome. Like I'm down to do it like once a week or something. And not that I would enforce, y'all to like y'all can't cuss or anything, but if y'all are inviting me, I would abide by your rules. Either I would stream it, put 18 plus on, or I just wouldn't stream it. But do you already have an idea for your Chosen Ones event, King? What game we'll be playing? All right, water exhaustion. For every minute you are submerged in water or standing outside in rain or splashed with by a wave of water, I'll say that, you take 1 level of exhaustion. I'm going to be very punishing with the water. I know one game will be Hammerwatch. Oh, that's right. I recommend. Was it 2 or 1 you were recommending? 1. So there's 3 games. You have Hammerwatch, Heroes of Hammerwatch, and Hammerwatch 2. And yes, Hammerwatch 2. I felt like they should not have named it that. Hammerwatch, the original, is awesome. And it's not one you have to really learn the game. You just start and play it. It's just a blast. Um, that one actually has the base game, which is known as Castle Hammerwatch, and the DLC came with it, which is known as Temple of the Sun. Castle Hammerwatch takes about 8 hours to beat. Temple of the Sun can take anywhere from 4 to 8 hours, depending on how fast you play it. The second game is called Heroes of Hammerwatch. That's another good one to play. That one, however, does require a little bit of knowledge of like roguelites and stuff, dungeon crawlers. That's one you could just go out and play as well, but you do need a little bit more knowledge to like understand it, at least in the beginning. But once you play it, you'll get it. Um, that one's a good one too, but I would actually recommend the first one over that one. The third one is known as Hammerwatch 2. This one is very different. I want to like it, but if I'm being honest, I don't like it. It's just too. It's just really different, too hard. Which, I mean, ain't a bad thing, but it's just so different from 1 and 2. Because here's the Hammerwatch was so different from the first one. Sounds perfect. I have you, Nick, and Dr. Professor Mister so far as guests. Nice. I imagine you'll probably also get Can't Stop the Raj, Subversive Interloper, possibly I'm Strudel, Camp Boy. That'll be awesome. Sadly, Hammerwatch, and I think Heroes of Hammerwatch is only up to 4 players. So that's a bad thing. But there's always Lethal Company. But I understand you want to play something probably different, you know. My Final Fantasy XIV housing district has changed so much I can't find my way around now. Really, Ignis? I'm assuming that's what you're playing right now, too. Yeah, that game did look pretty good last night, I admit. Actually, it looked a little overwhelming, because I'm not really an MMO RPG guy. But it looked pretty good. That's what I'll probably play all the way up to whenever, before I have to start paying for it. Once I start paying, I don't play. I despise subscriptions so much. Going to do some crafting. Ooh. Oh yeah, I'm looking to have multiple games this year, so who knows what I'll get. Very nice. Very nice. Alright. So let me just reread through the levels of exhaustion. And I might call it a night here, y'all. Let's see. Because, like, the lightning gamble, while it does hurt me, it's hit or miss. It either hurts me double, or it heals me. So I did want to have one extreme negative, and water exhaustion I think will be it. So, first level exhaustion is disadvantage on ability checks. Second level is speed is halved. Third level is disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws. Fourth level is hit point maximum is halved. Fifth level, speed reduced to 0, and sixth level is death. And this one might change your mind. Oh yeah, Ignis. To be fair, Ignis, every single person that I know who's played Final Fantasy XIV loves that game. I don't know anyone who hates it. And I actually have 2 or 3 friends who's played every single Final Fantasy, even the new one, and every single one of them say that 14 is the best one. So yeah, I actually don't know anyone who doesn't like that game, and the people that I know who's played all of them say 14 is the best of them too. I personally only played 6, 7, and 10. 7, I played both the original and the Part 1 remake. I haven't played the one that just came out. 6 was good. But 6 had a better villain, but 7 had a better story, if that makes sense. Also, there was a lot of recycled stuff that came from 6 that was made its way back into 7. Like, it wasn't continuity or anything, it was just recycled. But I've heard they do that with a lot of their games anyway. Like, it probably didn't come from 6, it probably came from the first one. 10, it's okay. It does have a cool plot twist at the end, but that's really all that game offers. Chrono Trigger, though. That is probably a role-playing game I could play again. That game blows Final Fantasy 6 and 7 and 10 out of the water. I will say this, Ignis. I don't know if you played Chrono Trigger. One of the friends who uses a lot of designs from older games. Okay. Yeah, I recognized a lot of like words and music in the game. I'm like, oh, they got this from that. I mean, it's Final Fantasy. But but I will say this. Actually, not even one. Two of the guys I knew. One of them loves Final Fantasy 14. The other one's played all of them and says Final Fantasy 14 is the best one. I asked them about Chrono Trigger. They both agree Chrono Trigger is actually on par with Final Fantasy 14. They're like, Final Fantasy 14 is amazing, but Chrono Trigger actually is on par with it. They did say Final Fantasy 14 probably does beat it because Chrono Trigger is a Super Nintendo game. It doesn't get, expansions every few years. Final Fantasy 14 does. So because of that, Final Fantasy 14 probably is better. But Chrono Trigger, Chrono Trigger is amazing. I actually have a D&D character idea that I'm getting from one of the characters of Chrono Trigger. Like, yeah, Chrono Trigger, man, that's a game I could play again. Like, man, like Earthbound's good too, but I actually prefer Chrono Trigger over Earthbound. Um, Plus, Chrono Trigger is one of the last JRPGs that you could still see battles. Like, it was still turn based. It wasn't like real time action, but you could actually see enemies and simply go around them if you don't want to fight them. There were some that you couldn't avoid, but yeah, I think Final Fantasy VI was the first one, or maybe five, where yeah, you couldn't even see it. It was random combat, which I can't stand. But yeah. Um. All right, Ignis. What do you think of this? I think this is the final product. I'll read through it real quick. So, my name is Sam, Sentient Autonomous Machine. Ability score increase. Your intelligence score increases by 2. That would be the robot in me. And your wisdom score increases by 1. That would be my subrace of medical. Or, if I'm not even a subrace, I'm just my own character, that'll be the medical side of me. Age. Well, since I was created, adulthood is irrelevant to me because I'm a robot. And actually, I'm going to use the word I'm going to go back to construct. If you are maintained, you exist forever. Size. Went pretty basic, 6 feet tall, which is right in the middle. Your size is medium. Speed, pretty basic as well. Your base walking speed is 30 feet. Languages. You can speak, read, and write Common, and I added Dwarvish. Because I'm a construct. I feel like that fits. If I was a creation. I love the name. That is very clever. Thank you, King. I appreciate it. Yeah. So, right now, I'm DMing a mini campaign. It's not like we're leveling up every week. So, it'll take like 20 weeks to complete. One of the characters played by Karma, which is one of the players in our group, plays an ASMR artificer. Her character created my character. Ignis's next campaign takes place 1,000 years after his previous campaign. The mini campaign that I co-DM took place right after Ignis's previous campaign. Spoiler alert, Ignis. So this one, you could say the mini campaign is roughly 1,000 years before Ignis's next campaign. So Sam is going to be the next player I play, a robot cleric. He's not a fighting one though. He's more like a field medic. So I'm going to be the healer of the class. My class, or of the party. My class is going to be cleric, and my subclass is going to be the life domain. So it's almost strictly healer. But don't worry, Ignis, I can fight. I just won't be DPS or tank. Hopefully, Jeff will be the tank. That's what I'm hoping for. But yeah, add a dwarvish because I'm a robotic construct. It just fits. Dwarves are like the engineers of D&D. You also understand the languages of your creator but can't speak. I stole this from the Golem monster stat block. Very nice. Another question for you and Ignis. Do you enjoy DMing or being a character more? Well, if you're another player, you might not need to fight. I hope not, Ignis. I actually don't want to fight because Care, Hugs, and Zerg. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy fighting, but I want to take a break from it. And King. That's hard. That's hard. That's actually really hard. I guess it depends on the party. If I'm DMing for a pretty good party, I probably enjoy DMing more. And yeah, what Ignis is saying, that's tough to answer. I love playing my character, but I also love building a world and guiding my players through a story. Yeah, it's weird because like if you're the DM, you're world building, and you're interacting with the player characters through the environment and other NPCs. However, if you're playing your character, you get to role play your character. So it's like, I don't know if you played Age of Empires 2. That's a game where you're the DM. Or you could play, Skyrim. That's a game where you're role playing a character. So that's hard. That's really hard. For me, I think it depends on the party. If I was DMing for a party that it's a chore, yeah, I'm going to choose my character. At the same time, if the DM who's DMing us, because my first DM, hopefully resonating here, it was hard to work with, then I'd probably rather be a DM myself. So it depends. Same, haha, I love being whatever character I made, but really love making the world and story as well. I agree, it depends on the party. Yeah, so it really depends. That's hard. That's hard. I don't know. Because I want to give you an answer. I don't want to say it's a tie. I want to give you an answer. I hate being on the fence, but I honestly can't answer that. But yeah. Anyway. But yeah, you also understand languages of your creator but can't speak. I stole that from the Golem start block. I really like that. Constructed nature. You don't require air, food, and drink or sleep. I stole that from the Golem stat block. Again, that fits. Damage and immunities. I stole that from the Golem stat block, but I made sure it fit me being a robot. So poison, necrotic. I'm not a humanoid. I don't have flesh that can decay, and I don't have internal organs that can be damaged. Condition immunities. Again, I can't be poisoned. I can't get disease. Dark vision, it fits because I'm a robot. I most likely have night vision for my sensors. Medical cunning. This fits because this is pretty much why Sypha made me. Whenever you make a check related to anything medical, you are considered proficient in the skill and add double your proficiency bonus to the check instead of your normal proficiency bonus. You always add double your proficiency bonus to wisdom medicine checks. Short rest makes sense because, well, I don't sleep, but I still need to rest or charge. And but I don't need to charge for 8 hours like humanoids need to sleep. So whenever we take just a short rest, for me it would be a long rest. Tough metal, I imagine because I'm made from like either an ancient metal. I'm built pretty tough. Mutable form, I can't be altered. Lightning gamble, lightning can hurt or help me. Water dough, that is the one that will be very punishing. So there you go, Ignis. If you want to just punish me, you know how to do it. Water is my enemy. I'll absolutely take tie as an answer. Gotcha, King. I make a few persistent NPCs so I can fulfill both at the same time. I gotcha. But yes, Ignis, what do you think of this? Is this overpowered? So here are the positive ones I have. Lightning gamble goes either way, so it kind of cancels itself out. Water exhaustion is a negative. So really, you could argue I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 positives. Which, to be fair, there is actually the... Well, Dole, I do have a love of ship, so... What? Oh, water. Dang it. Okay, I know why you said that. But no, I'm actually liking this because we could say where, for example, the robot in me would be this. And if I did a sub race actually of like medical robot, that would probably come from it. Had to say without field testing, sure. On paper looks good. I mean, I could get rid of a few to like make it easier. The water exhaustion might be a bigger debuff than you. That is true. That is true. Because like, and I probably shouldn't look at it that way. Because like, for example, damage immunities isn't one positive. You could argue it's two positives. Or it was even like they're both two, so it's like four positives because it's not just resistance, it's immunity. Dark vision would just be one positive because it's not superior dark vision or blind sight. Medical cunning, you could argue is actually like two positives because it's not just proficiency, it's expertise. Um, Lightning gamble is a positive and a negative. Water exhaustion though, that's probably like three or four negatives right there. So yeah, yeah. Actually, you know what? We're gonna do some math here. I'm just curious. We'll do like a positive versus a negative map. Let's see. I have my sticky notes here. Dwarven Stout Resilience. I think this was. I think. Let me read these just to make sure. I don't have. Let's see. I think this was resistance to poison, which I can get rid of that because I'm simply immune to it. Um, you have advantage on saving throws against poison, and you have resistance against poison damage. Okay, yeah. I can get rid of that one because I'm simply immune to it. Keen senses, that's an elf. You have proficiency in the perception skill. I'm gonna get rid of that one. Trance. I think that was elf as well. Yep. Elves don't need to sleep. Instead, they meditate deeply. Okay, so trance is where I got the short rest from. And actually, I'm gonna call it charge. But no, trance is where I got this idea from. Trance isn't exactly like this, but it's similar. Pretty much, elves don't need sleep, but they do need rest. And while it still is kind of like a long rest, their long rest is only 4 hours instead of 8. So like a short rest, I want to say, let me see. Yeah, so a short rest isn't a long rest for them, but like, let's say we only get 7 hours of sleep. Elves, that was their long rest because it was over 4. Humans, yeah, they didn't get their long rest. That still counts as a short rest. So that's where I got the idea for this. So yeah, let me get rid of a charge or trance. Sunlight sensitivity, that was actually the one negative feature. I think it was dark elves. This is where I got the idea for the water exhaustion. Granted, I wanted an extreme negative. However, I feel like the charge will slightly help with the water exhaustion. Short rest could be a pretty big buff since no one. Yeah, exactly. Because like, I think how you get rid of exhaustion is you have to take a long rest anyway. Let me make sure. Let me make sure. And actually, I'll read it real quick. Exhaustion. Some special abilities, environmental hazards such as starvation and the long-term effects of freezing or scorching temperatures can lead to a special condition called exhaustion. Exhaustion is measured in 6 levels. An effect can give a creature 1 or more levels of exhaustion, as specified in the effect's description. I won't read the exhaustion levels because I just read them 5 minutes ago. If an already exhausted creature suffers another effect that causes exhaustion, its current level of exhaustion increases by the amount specified in the effect's description. A creature suffers the effect of its current level of exhaustion as well as all lower levels. For example, a creature suffering level 2 exhaustion has its speed halved and has disadvantage on ability checks. An effect that removes exhaustion reduces its level, as specified in the effect's description, with all exhaustion effects ending if a creature's exhaustion level is reduced below 1. Finishing a long rest reduces a creature's exhaustion level by 1, provided that the creature has also ingested some food and drink. Also, being raised from the dead reduces the creature's exhaustion level by 1. So, while the water exhaustion negative is big, the charge paired with that does lighten it a little bit. to remove a level of exhaustion, I have to take a long rest. However, for me, my long rest can be a short rest. Also, on top of that, according to this, you also have to ingest food and drink. I'm a construct. I don't need food and drink. So, really, to remove a level of exhaustion, while most people would have to do a long rest and eat and drink, I just have to do a short rest. So, I feel like the water exhaustion, it's still a pretty big debuff, but paired with the charge, it's not as bad. It's still bad, but not as bad. So, for example, let's say I got, let's see, what was it, 6 levels? Let's say I'm in water for 5 minutes. I can't get out, right? Yeah, because 6 levels, I'm straight up dead. So we'll do 5 levels. Let's say I've been for 5 minutes. That's now I have disadvantage on ability checks. My speed is halved. I have disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws. My hit point maximum is halved, and my speed was reduced to 0. The next level would actually be death. So let's say we did level 5. I would have to rest, I think, for 5 or charge for 5 hours to get rid of all 5 of them. 1 hour removes 1 level. So let's see. I believe a short rest is 1 hour. Let me make sure. Because I think, okay, no, I think a short rest has to at least be 1 hour, but it's definitely less than 8 hours. A long rest, I think, has to at least be 8 hours, but I will double check. Man, this is actually pretty fun. Let's see. Short rest. See resting. Oh my god. You know, to type out see resting versus the page number is longer. Why don't you just put it the page number? $186. Oh, I actually just read this a few days ago too. This should be like sharp in my mind. Yep, okay. A short rest is a period of downtime, at least 1 hour long, during which a character does nothing more strenuous than eating, drinking, reading, and tending to wounds. Okay. A long rest, however, a long rest is a period of extended downtime at least 8 hours long, during which a character sleeps for at least 6 hours and performs no more than 2 hours of light activity, such as reading, talking, eating, or standing watch. If the rest is interrupted by a period of strenuous activity, at least 1 hour of walking, fighting, casting spells, or similar adventuring activity, the characters must begin the rest again to gain any benefit from it. Okay, so yeah, short rest is at least 1 hour, long rest is at least 8 hours. So yeah. So it sounds like everything might balance out. If you want, if we don't start the campaign this weekend, we can run a test session. I'm down for that, Ignis. I'm down. I gotta speak to Karma. I know what she's gonna say. I'm gonna be like, babe, you ready to DM this weekend? She's gonna be like, oh. And then I'm gonna be like, I can DM. And she'll be like, oh, are you sure? I'm like, yeah. Which I actually already asked her. I'm actually willing to DM actually every session to the end of the mini campaign. But I feel bad because she's, you know, the other DM. I don't want to take that from her. But I don't want her to feel overloaded too. So I'll definitely take the load off of her. So, but no, I'm actually satisfied with this. I feel like it's a little overpowered, but this one balances itself out. This one balances not only this, but probably like these. I mean, not specifically those, but just the amount. So let's say let's say all that's in gray. It's almost like all that's in gray is negated. Really, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, that's actually pretty good. Well, actually, it depends on the exhaustion level. Let's say we're 5 levels of exhaustion. Actually, yeah. That is true, Ignis. Yeah. DMing is an investment. It's a responsibility. Um, and I feel like this is where I have an advantage because I don't work, so I have the time to do it. She does work. You also work, so y'all have it harder than I do when it comes to DMing. You have it harder than me and her because not only do you work, but you're DMing by yourself a bigger campaign, and you had to deal with people you didn't enjoy playing with. Yes. 196. Okay. No. I was doing levels of exhaustion. That's what I was doing. So yeah, I'm gonna see for the levels of exhaustion. So there we go. So I would say the water exhaustion already negates charge. Lightning Gamble negates itself. I use work as a time to think how my campaign will go. Yeah. I mean, I can't relate to that, but yeah. Tell everything breaking around me. Oh, yeah. I do the exact same. It's cool, too, because, like, what sucks is you'll think of the best idea, but you're not near pen and paper on your computer to type it out on, like, a sticky note or something. And then when you get home, you're trying to remember it. I'm like, oh, I can't remember it. Which usually I just text it to myself because you always have your phone with you. So I actually drew up a battle map while I was at work. Ooh. The thing is, I have no problem with hand drawn maps. I draw maps in the Paint program, so I mean. But yeah, so level 1 disadvantage on ability checks. That one actually would probably kind of negate tough metal because I roll with advantage. Uh, that's ability checks. It only kind of negates it because it doesn't affect the saving throws, and I still have my proficiency to it. It's a perfect time to think of stories and how players might react. Google Docs helps a lot with that. Type it up on my phone, refine it when I get to my PC. I gotcha. Level 2 is speed is halved. That doesn't negate anything specifically. I mean, that, but yeah. 3 is disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws. That's where it's beginning to really negate medical cunning. Tough metal. You know what? I'm gonna rename that ancient metal. That is not spelled right. There we go. That, or I write it in a journal that I carry with me. Ah, that is a good idea. I forget which character it was, but I wrote it in a full at work. Wrote it in full at work. Like an NPC for the next campaign, Ignis, or okay. Hit point maximum halved. Speed reduced to 0. Okay. Might have been con. I have started a story for an NPC. Nice, Ignis. Nice. I came up with my Vampire the Masquerade's character because of it. That's what I was watching. Okay. Because you had that on YouTube. I mean, I was just listening in. I actually wasn't watching, if I'm being honest. But I need to resume it. I forgot where it was at. Because while I'm doing other stuff, I'll listen to other stuff. Okay. Will that work? Okay. What I could do is tweak these right here based off of level of exhaustions. I could do that. I mean, levels 2 and 5 would only affect my speed. Levels 4 would affect hit points. So nothing really in here. It's levels 1 and 3. Disadvantage on ability checks, disadvantage on attack rolls, and saving throws. Oh, Rangers playing Fallout New Vegas. Okay. Let's see. I'm pretty confident in this. It is possible I might tweak it some more, but at this point, if I tweak it, it would actually dumb it down, either for simplicity and or not to be like overpowered. Because I'm still a little. Because in terms of like this is one. This one negates itself. This one, let's say we'll get just one of the good ones. I still have these left, so still thinking. And then I imagine Sam would actually be able to eat food, but it'll be just a social thing, not something he actually needs. I don't know. I need to finish my Phantom Pain character story based on a dream and partially inspired by Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain. It's so good, made my character a Malkavian that could only tell his fortunes by using song lyrics. Okay, actually, I think I might have actually heard that in one of your episodes. I do admit it has been a while since I last listened to it, though. Could argue he uses magic to gain energy from food. Could. I'm trying to think. Because, like, so there's four things I'm trying to do with this. One is I actually want to avoid it looking like homebrew, which obviously it definitely looks like it. I want it to look more like as if it actually could be a race you would pull from the player's handbook. Two, I don't want it to be overpowered. Three, I want it to be beginner friendly, and I don't think that's the case. And four, which kind of is the beginner friendly part, I want it to be simple. You know, there's not a lot you have to remember. But I did not do that. I forget which game did that. Magic to gain energy from food. I'm not sure, Ignis. But yeah, well, y'all, from here, I'm going to actually end the stream. I've been going for over 4 hours. Wow. But I will say this, though. I'm way more confident now in this than what I had earlier. So, you're on the simple line. Dude, I mean, I don't know if that's sarcasm because this is not simple at all, but yes, if you're talking about like I like my simple stuff, yes. Because like if there's too much to remember, you'll forget you have something when you could have used it. And it's like, oh, I could have used this on that one. And it's simply because there's so much you gotta remember. Because here's the thing. Not only do I gotta remember this, I gotta read all the cleric stuff again and the subclass for life of domain. Or life domain. So there's even more I gotta remember. So I'll probably tweak this some more, but I do promise I won't add anything to this. I'll probably take away. So, like it could be a full thing, like for example, charge, or it could be stuff like medical cunning, like instead of expertise, which is double proficiency, I just have it where it's just proficiency you add, so it's not double or expertise. So, yeah. What I'll probably do tomorrow is I'll read up on cleric and that subclass. It's not as complex as some I've seen, but it's getting there. Now, Ignis, I am aware of that. I've looked through like a lot of the other homebrew ones, like the Iron Knights. I've looked at 10 different like homebrew races. I would say 8 of them were more complex than this. One of them's probably just like this, and then there's another one that probably actually is more simple. So compared to homebrew, this is actually pretty simple. This is probably close. Like for example, when I look at like an elf, elves have a lot of feats just in the player's handbook. Like this is on par with an elf. And actually, I would say half of this I actually got. So like I was reading through them, and I'm like, "Ooh, I really like that," and I brought it over. For example, which is one I brought over? This is one I brought over actually from another homebrew one, but it had a lot of other feats I didn't care for. But I really like this one, so I kind of copied that for this one. Um, so stuff like that. So I kind of used those as a buffet to build this. But no, you're right. I would say out of all 10, 8 of them were more complex than this. So when I saw that, I'm like, even if it's overpowered really good because there's so much to it, it's going to be a chore playing them to remember all that I can do. So I probably will continue tweaking this, but I can promise it won't be adding or overpowering it even more. It'll actually take it away because I do feel like this is quite a bit. What I'll probably do is look at stuff that I could get rid of or doesn't fit as a robot. But yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna head out here. I'm gonna do a quick stream check. We'll see who is streaming. If I can straight raid someone, I might not raid. Let's see. Hmm. Headband is still streaming Call of Duty Warzone. Honey Bunny Killer is still streaming Inscription. Hyper Knight Raven is still streaming Fallout 4. Oh, that's me. Am I one of my own tabs? What the heck? Okay. Nick Nito still streaming Enshrouded. And oh, Nick Nito's pulled up again. Oh, King, I take it you rated Nick Nito? Alright. That's what I'll do. I'll refresh tab and look see who's streaming now. Dear God, there's a lot of people streaming that I follow. Um, hmm. Good night, brother. Yeah, I rated Nick earlier. I got you, King. Yeah, I'm like, Nick's pulled up twice, you know. Nah, I'm probably going to call it here. I'm not going to rate out this time. But, anyway, thank you everyone who came in to watch. Which there's really nothing to watch. It was a just chatting stream, but I appreciate everyone who's lurking, chatted with me. King Zavarel, Agnes, appreciate y'all chatting with me for a bit, kind of watching me go through, um, doing all this. But I hope everyone is doing well. I hope everyone has had a good week so far. Hope everyone has a good weekend. You know, if you have plans, hopefully they work out. They're awesome. And I'll probably see y'all Monday. Y'all take it easy. Take care, Dole. Talk to you tomorrow. Yes, Ignis, I will talk to you tomorrow. And King, you take it easy. And yeah, I'll end it here. Bye bye.